Clobbering time!
Atomic batteries to power. Turbines to speed.
Roger. Ready to move out.
Clobberanimo!
Whoa.
Clobberanimo!
Clobberanimo again. Welcome everybody in Clobberanimo to you. Here we are. We indeed. The clubhouse is in session. Hopefully our chief engineer will be with us when he can. He'll be not too long. He will be here with us tonight. But I will of course say hello to you all. Welcome to Clobberin Times. Issue number 483 overall. And 1,183 for the 483 is for YouTube, 1,183 overall forever.
For reals.
So they've been doing there. So
for
sorry.
reals.
For reals, as they say. And of course, Clobby's Clubhouse number 60. So it is fantastic. That too. Great to see you all. And hello. My wonderful, beautiful first officer, Commander RM Briggs. Hey.
Boss. Captain, my
What's
captain.
up?
How are you big, handsome
Hey.
fella?
How are yous? Who came in?
I'm really good. I miss you.
Miss you.
I know we got to talk a little bit after the show on Saturday, but I didn't get back on time. I missed everyone.
Yeah. Well, they miss you too, but we had a little fun. Nothing. We're just a light hangout, but it was fun.
Good.
Great stuff. We had a great crowd as always.
Nice.
So, and I'm glad you're here. That was great to see you here. We're going to have some fun tonight, of course. Good to see you all, my friends, and we will share shout-outs in a moment. First, let's do a few show notes. How about that? Then we'll get on to some shout-outs. What do you think?
Do it!
I want to thank everyone who joined me last night for our Wild Card Wednesday night. It was a lot of fun. And, of course, everyone, please remember, as you saw at the beginning, our wonderful first officer, Science Fiction Tales by Commander RM Briggs. Science fiction short stories is now on sale. My link is in my description below. I have to get Mark to get me a new link because every time I try to link it, there are too many words on the link to put it in the chat thing, for some reason. So if anyone can get the link for me, I'd appreciate it because every time I try to get it, it's too big for the one chat thingy.
I think it's also because they're like, for some reason, the way that Amazon is that I have an author's page that's American and the URL is very short. And then there are URLs for every other country where my book is available. And I've been getting a lot of feedback that it confuses a lot of folks because when they try to click on it, it doesn't work so well. So you're not the only one experiencing that, boss.
No biggie. No biggie.
And speaking of my books, I did have a troll. Somebody who did not buy the book and did not, so it wasn't a verified purchase. And the person was not like, the person didn't say who they were, and they just left me a nasty. And you have all been burying it in actual like legitimate reviews. And I love you all for that, because you know, everybody has trolls. Everyone, no matter what you do in life. Of course we do. You're going to have a troll. I got my first nasty troll, and I would like to say thank you to everyone. Well, you know, let's face it. I grew up in the music business. I grew up in the writing and creative business. I can take criticism, but this was a troll. This was somebody who did not want to leave a review, did not want to verify their purchase, and just wanted to be nasty. So everyone in the community is burying it in positive reviews and actual like legit reviews and legit purchases. So love you all. Thank you.
Thank you all for that. We appreciate you so much. Absolutely. And again, thank you all for hanging out with us last night. And thanks to the great Mark D with a C. He'll be here later, who helped me out when in my pain. Let's see some show notes. Tomorrow night I will be hanging out with the Comic Shop boys on the good buddy Nick Weiser's channel, 8:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. For the Friday night Comic Shop talk, we will be reviewing some animated superhero stuff, like some DC stuff, some cartoons. Christmas themed, of course. And then Saturday night Star Trek, we will be here reviewing this 4 more episodes of Star Trek Deep Space Nine. This will be our last review show of 2022. The next 2 weeks, of course, Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve, I will be here, but it won't be Star Trek. We will resume Saturday night Star Trek at the beginning of 2023, a whole new year, and continue with our reviews of Deep Space Nine. So looking forward to that. And then Monday, I have a CLOBBERIN Classic Comics Christmas Review double feature. 2 shows. A special early show with my great buddy J-Man. A Wacky World of Bob Haney presentation. We're going to go revisit the Wacky World of Bob Haney, this time on a Christmas spirit. Batman and Plastic Man and Brave and the Bold 148. And it is bonkers. It will, I promise you, a fun. If you enjoyed, I don't know if you did, but if you enjoyed our first foray into the Wacky World of Bob Haney last month with Batman and Sergeant Rock and Brave and the Bold number 124, that was a fun video. I had a great time with my buddy J-Man reviewing that insanity, and it was a lot of fun. Well, this one's pretty bonkers as well. You know, if you haven't read a Bob Haney comic and you're a comics fan, you gotta. It's something that it's an experience. It's an experience that this prolific, crazy man that he wrote in the 60s and 70s.
Nice
stuff. So that'll be a lot of fun. And then that is 6 p.m. standard Pacific time, 7 Eastern, with again the great J-Man, my good buddy, who has a wonderful channel. And J-Man, put your link in there, buddy, as well, if you would. And then the regular time slot, 9 p.m. Central Standard Time, I will review on my own unless somebody joins me. I don't know if maybe some Superman Peace on Earth by Alex Ross and Paul Dini. The wonderful painted illustrated / comic story of Superman. Wow. This is a magnificent piece of work by Ross and Denny. Wow. And it's beautiful. It's a beautiful piece of work. I don't know if many of you are familiar with it.
I'm not.
Truly into the Christmas spirit. It's very cinematic. You know, it's just a wonderful book. It came out maybe 20 years ago, something like that. And
I like the real Superman.
He's real deal soups. And it is in the spirit of the season. And it's a great comic. And of course, not this Superman. See, there he is. See how Superman in the Christmas spirit, and Batman's like, I hate Christmas. Bah humbug. But I love this piece by Alex Ross right here.
I feel sorry for Batman.
Oh, he's being all Batman-y.
He's brooding. He's Batman brooding. He's bat brooding.
Batman broods. He bat broods. That's what he does.
Look at all these beautiful comments in the chat. I love you all. I'm reading all of your notes, and I can't respond because Clobby's talking, but I want you to know that I love you all, and I read all of your notes. You guys are the best. Mwah.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you all so much. Now let's do some shout outs, shall we?
Okay, let's do it.
Of course, the first one here, the great Eric K.
Yay!
Thank you for the $2 super chat, buddy. You were too kind. Clobby's first Christmas, they served pterodactyl, and it was good. Thank you so much, buddy.
Eric, I love you too very much. I'm sending you a huge hug and a little smooch for your cheek. You're the sweetest. Thank you very much, honey.
Thank you, buddy. And again, the Eric K, the great bronze wrencher.
He is the great
shout
bronze
out.
wrencher.
We'd like to shout out to our wrench crew, all of you. Thank you so much, Eric K, for being here tonight. We appreciate you. And then there's, of course, Chris Persia, the great vindicator.
Mwah, mwah, mwah,
yes, he is the vindicator wrench of the North.
Yeah,
and,
I mean, he's a wonderful friend. He's a huge supporter of us personally and professionally. He's a great conversationalist. He's kind to everyone. He has helped to build this community through wonderful community spirit, and like our other wrenches, just keeping this community safe and fun and cool to hang out, and gorgeous show posters. I mean, every time we have a show or every time you have a show, I go and look on the internet, and Chris Persia has made a beautiful poster for you. I mean, this guy is a good guy. I love him a lot.
Appreciate you, buddy. Appreciate you, buddy. And of course, the great D-Bud. Now, bear in mind, I can't see the chat. So D-Bud, the wrench of iron. I don't know if you're here or not, buddy. But shout out to you whether you are or not. You get a shout out because I can't see all the chat yet. Good to see you, my friend. And we have, of course, with us tonight is the great Hungry Boy. And so I thought Hungry Boy is also a great. He has wrench powers, and he is a good buddy.
Great.
The Claboni wrencher, the great Hungry Boy.
Oh, and, this is great. This is great.
He's not here tonight, but he sometimes watches on a rerun, just in case he does. The great Lord Thoth,
LT,
the god of the wrench, and then
chief of security on Saturday Night Star Trek.
Yes, indeed. Then there's the Phantom Wrencher,
the
Phantom Outsider. I think he's here tonight. And another wrench that we have here, of course, is the great Stephen.
Oh my gosh, this is
super
new.
Wrench. It's new, and I thought I should honor him.
He's gonna love this. Has he seen it?
I don't know. This is the first time I've shown it.
Oh, this is beautiful.
He's here.
Use the real Superman. He's gonna be so happy.
Gary Frank Superman. It's Real Deal Soups. He is. Kal-El has been a good super friend of the show. So.
Oh my gosh, I love this.
Yes, indeed. And others, I'll make more for other friends too. When I keep forgetting sometimes. But Stephen M., we appreciate all you do, buddy. Yeah. And Ptolemy's Minions here. That means
and the pepperoni, the pepperoni.
Bop, 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 bop. Let's see who is here. Who else is here? I gotta run the chat back to see who else is here.
Do it.
It always jumps on me. Sorry, everybody. Let's see. Zip. Gotta zip it all the way to the back. The great J-Man is here, of course. J-Man, buddy.
Speaking of good friends, make sure you follow him to Twitter. Make sure you follow him to his YouTube. Great, heck of a great guy, published author. His wife is an award-winning poet. He hangs around with amazing nerds that I love. One guy, his name is Decepticon. Sean, I love Sean.
Yep, Sean's a great buddy.
Go give J-Man's channel a chance. You will not regret it. You will have a heck of a good time just hanging around. Bonafide nerd.
Indeedishness. Good to see you, buddy. J-Man, always good to see you, bro. Larry, by the way, thank you for joining as a member. It shows that Larry joined as a member last night.
Larry!
I think he joined last night, but thank you so much, my friend. Appreciate that. And let's see. What was I doing? I forgot I was about to say something. I forgot. Totally lost what I was going to say. Anyway, but thank you, Larry. Appreciate you. That was Larry. See, joined as a member.
Oh,
thank you.
Larry. See, that guy is such a great guy, such a gentleman. You cannot say his name once. You can say it twice, but you ought to say it thrice. Just to, amp it up.
Indeed. Before I forget this time, thank you to everyone who is lurking, and thank you. It means more to me than you know that you lurk, and we appreciate it. And thank you, anyone who is listening on a download or a rewatch. Thank you. I don't say that enough. I wish I did. I forget it sometimes, but I really do appreciate you. Jim Largo, good to see you again. Thank you for popping in, my friend. Thank you.
Hello.
Gwagnar's here.
Gwagnar.
Let's see here. Let's see here. Who else is here? Hang on. About Captain James T. Skywalker. Let's see. Yes, I got the chat wound back, everybody. So bear in mind, I can't see everybody. By the way, Hungry Boy is hungry for adults to reclaim genre writing. Well, why wouldn't they? Did they ever do it, though? The Comic Relief Crusader. Hey there, buddy. Decepticon is here. Hey, Sean.
Hey, Sean's here. I didn't notice. Sean!
Yeah. I can't listen yet. Don't say anything cool, said Six. I don't know if you... Six is here. Well, that was earlier. My chat's wound back, so I can't see. So, Six, I hope you're here. I hope you're listening now, but love you, Six. It was great hanging out with you tonight. I'm glad. Let's see here. Oh, Pleasant Valley Picker. Hey there. Good to see you. Hang on. I'm scrolling, everybody. That's dumb scrolling music. Mr. Angel.
Oh, hello, Mr. Angel. How are you? And thank you for the lovely note you left for us in the community.
Good to see you as always, Mr. Angel. Appreciate you, buddy. Picasso. Oh yeah,
I love that last name. And I mean, that's his actual last name. I mean, how lucky is he?
Indeed, last name. Indeed. Let's see. That's my scrolling music trying to get to the next one. I haven't shouted out yet, everybody. Sorry. Well, not music, but Darth Scipio. Hey there, Darth Scipio.
Hey, Darth. Good to see you.
Lemon Pie. Death Ray, what's up, Death Ray?
Hello.
Some Judge Dredd Christmas stories. Interesting. I need to look into those. It's been a long time since I've read one like that. Death Ray, good call. Let's see here. Oh, let's think. Hang on. Oops, damn chat jumps on me a little bit. I keep getting. What was that? Oh, never mind.
I don't know.
It was an alert, and I turned it off before I could see what it was. That's
red
brilliant.
Alert. Red.
Well, it was a reminder, but like an idiot, I turned it off before I could look at what it was. But I think I know what it might be.
Well, so much for that reminder.
I
You'll
know.
have to go back to putting a string on your finger.
I never did that. I think we got everybody so far. So yeah, it's been. Oh, I know, but I know what it is though.
Okay, good.
And I want to do it before I forget here, even though I did write some stuff down. Where are you? Okay. Yes. Well, we got a few. Obviously, we got a few things we're going to talk about tonight. I don't know when Mark's going to get here. So, but first, I guess we'll start with this. Should we just go ahead and get Tripwire over with?
Okay. Listen. This is super intense. You can't just drop it like, oh, should we just get Tripwire over with? Okay, everyone here knows that this week we find out whether or not your head explodes, whether or not you detonate on air because they don't pick the K-Man as the top man. So you can't just be like, oh, should we check Tripwire? What we need to do is
we're fine.
You need to cover your head, go underneath a heavy piece of furniture while Clobby loads Tripwire.
We're good. All right. Who's ready for Tripwire? We'll just go, since we're getting that crucial moment, we'll do that first. Then I got a few things, and of course, and Raquel's got some wonderful treats for us tonight as well. And who knows, maybe Mark will have something for us. So we got plenty to talk about tonight, folks. As many of you may or may not know, we're as much a comics channel as we are Star Trek and other things. We're just all out geek here. So for the past year, we've been covering a thing called Tripwire, formerly a magazine, or like actually a hard copy magazine. I don't know if they still print it, but it is online, like a lot of magazines, right? And they have been doing for the past year, usually once a week, but sometimes they double up on it. But anyway, for a good while now, the 101 greatest comic artists of all time. So it didn't say comic strip or book, it's both. They combine both, which is fine. I have no problem with that. And I have had, as some of you may have guessed, or may be aware of, been counting them down. By the time we found that they were down to like issue number, like placement number 54 or something. And then I went back, I backtracked. I did a show that covered on the way down, and then each week we've been covering it. And needless to say, I've been not too pleased with the placement. Now, again, opinions. People can have any opinion they want. Tripwire, I bust his chops over, but you can have any opinions. Well, look, you don't have to listen to me. I'm just giving my opinion on your placement, which I have a severe problem with a lot of it. Not so much in your top 20 or so, really, but a lot of them. You have a lot of people like in the 50s and in the 40s range that belong well up into the top 20. In my opinion. Just an opinion, all right? Because I'm trying to be nice to Triple R because I'm not very nice to them very often. And I've been concerned with a lot of this list. The top 10 I've not been all that concerned with too much. Well, last week we had number 3. And that was Neil Adams, which was, fair enough. So, as I said last week, that brings up some, if they don't get number 1 right, Eric K. for $2 says, done with DC after this last snafu. Oh, you done with, yeah, we talked about that a lot last night. If we can, we'll talk about that if you want later, if you want to there. But I don't blame you one bit, dude. Okay, so my concern was this. Number 2 is crucial here, not because he runs the village, but because number 2 will tell us who number 1 is, maybe. We already know who number 1's supposed to be. So I'm going to ask Hungry Boy, because I don't want to traumatize him. Hungry Boy, first I'm just going to tell you, I'm going to let you off the hook so I don't give you any trauma. They probably got number 1 right, but we won't know until next week. But whom we feared might be at number 2 is not. That said, who they put at number 2, puts me in a really bad position. It really does. I'm almost angry with what they did with number 2 because I got to set this up. I'm sorry, I just have to. Because this means a lot to me. Comic book art means a lot to me as a comic fan. We don't know who number 1 is yet, but he's not the one that we feared. So, in other words, it's probably who we think it's going to be. Number 2, however, is a guy who is a legend, who is a giant in fantasy art. But in comic book art, he doesn't. Him somewhere on the list in the middle because he did have a comic book career would be one thing, but I think they're basing this on his other fame and other media. Because he's a giant, and I'm going to feel like I'm bashing him, and he's one of the greats, and we love him. I just don't see him at number 2. So, Hungry Boy, I'm going to go ahead and announce number 2. Some of you, and I hope none of you cheated to look at number 2. So, here we go with the number 2. First, let me do something here. I'll put that right there. Let me cover up the thingy so I can spring it. And then, no, it's not Jack, at least. Because you can tell it's a dead giveaway that it's not him because I'm not yelling and screaming, right? So, full screen layout. Okay. Number 2 is Frank Frazetta. I want to see the reactions here.
What?
Hey, Pat S, what's up, buddy? All right, Frank Frazetta is a giant. He's a legend.
Delicious human being with incredible art. Like his art is amazing.
He wasn't in comic books long enough.
No, I don't consider him a comic book artist. More like a sci-fi.
He did a lot of great stuff
and painting guy.
He was a comic book artist, but the body of work doesn't justify number 2. I mean, and this is what makes me sick. He's the greatest fantasy. If you want to say he's the greatest fantasy artist of all time,
yes,
he could be what he's. It is easily you can make the case that Frank Frazetta is the greatest fantasy artist of all time, or one of them.
I think that is a wonderful thesis statement. I think you could write a quality manuscript on that, and I think you could verify it through a lot of evidence. But I'm just not sure, like when I think of Frank Frazetta, that I think, oh, comic book artist. I just no.
By the way, I forgot to address this earlier. It might not happen tonight, but last night somebody dropped an F-bomb in the chat that I couldn't get rid of. I won't say who, but please don't allow any my wrenches or anything. Please don't allow any F-bombs in the chat. I had to remove a chat last week. I forgot to tell you guys that. So please refrain from using that.
Oh, yeah. It's very important that folks realize that even if Clobby slips up and says a tiny bit of profanity, it doesn't affect his advertising or his monetization. But they hit you really hard if it's in your chat. So everyone, please be on your best behavior, because if you even let a tiny curse word go or anything even slightly objectionable to the algorithm, they will punish him quite severely. So make sure you watch out for that. That's a good one. Good thing.
I forgot to mention that. And I thought this might get some
that might elicit some responses.
So, yeah. So look, Frank Frazetta had a comic book career, and his comic book art was wonderful. But his claim to fame is, and I love it, and he should be in the top 100. Mm-hmm. But he didn't stay around that long. To have him over guys like Adams and Ditko and Kubert, I mean, he's a great, great artist.
Mm-hmm. But he's not a comic book artist. See, this is the kind of artist.
And he was a comic strip artist. He worked for.
Yeah, but when I think about
he was a comic book artist, and he was a comic book artist, and he was a strip artist. But he's not the top. He's not number 2. That's all I'm saying.
No, yeah, but when you say Frank Frazetta, the first thing I think of is science fiction book covers, and I think of things in frames. Like I think of big art in big frames, and
well, no, but he was a comic book artist, but just not as long.
Yeah.
Darcipio, I don't even know what to say to that. Mark Drucker was a wonderful humorist artist, but he's nowhere near in the league with Kirby or Ditko to say he's the best. I'm sorry, I cannot disagree with you more on that. He does not belong even in the top 20 or 30, and I love Mark Drucker. Mark Drucker over Kirby, I'm sorry, sir. I mean, again, a favorites list is different. Like if he's your favorite artist, I'm all with you.
That's different.
Whoever your favorite is. But to be an objective list, Mort Drucker can't be above Jack Kirby or Steve Ditko or Joe Kubert or people like that. Mm-hmm. And I love him. He's up there with Harvey Kurtzman as some of the finest, humor artists ever. But and he's even done non-humor stuff. I like Mort Drucker a lot. He didn't even make the list. He probably should have made the top 100, but not over Kirby, man. But that's just again
This is very weird because it's like Frank Frazetta. The second you say Frank Frazetta, I feel like
why they made this choice.
I don't know, because this person is insanely talented. He's one of the most talented artists of his time, and he blows me away. I think that he is so talented. I don't know. I just when I think of the criteria for creating the list and comic book people who have worked their whole lives, I'm just not sure that it fits. Not in this category, I don't think.
Yep. He was barely. Well, I want to see Hunger Boy. I want to see what Hunger Boy is saying. He said, "Oh, okay." Now we are talking because he was barely a comic artist, and he did strips more. But they do have strip artists in this as well. But he's mainly a book and mag illustrator. That's what I'm saying. Look, mm-hmm. I wouldn't mind him being anywhere in this list toward the middle of it. Yeah. But are you going to say his contribution is more important than a George Perez or a Gil Kane or an Alex Toth?
No,
you just can't have it. I mean, I'm sorry, Nick Cardy. Even I mean, I don't know. It was, and look, see this. This is a book cover.
That's gorgeous book cover.
I love it.
And then that's what I know him as. That's what I know him as. Look at that. I mean,
see, now they're showing book covers. These don't belong in it. We're talking about comic book artists and comic strip artists. He worked for Al Cap. But look, they show a bunch of his. This is what do you call a non sequitur? I mean, it doesn't. Then they go back to some comic art at least. It just shows me these people really don't know what they're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel dirty that I'm not trying to knock Frank Frazetta. He's fantastic.
No one would think that you would knock him, but yeah.
On the list, yes. Number 2, I don't think so.
Yeah.
That's all I'm
Whereas
saying.
when I think of George Perez, I don't think of George Perez as, geez, I want to hunt down all of George Perez's science fiction covers and fantasy covers, and I want to collect them all, and Tarzan and Conan, and oh, this is so cool, and let me hunt down all of the book covers he did, and oh, I saw one of his, works of art in a gallery, and I want to buy it. Like, you don't think that, but what you do think of George Perez is this, preternaturally gifted comic book artist.
Wait a minute.
I love George Perez.
No. Well, let me tell you something. Darth Scipio, he says, just check out Mort Drucker's take on The Godfather and Jaws. I've seen that, and you're talking about Mad Magazine, obviously. Case closed. No case is closed. If you're putting them over Kirby, you don't know what you're talking about, dude. And I love those books. Just saying. And look, I'm glad you're here, Darth. I'm saying, but to say case closed because you're pointing out 2 movie parodies he did for Mad Magazine over Jack Kirby's body of work. Are you, what planet are you on, dude? Sorry. I
like what PvP said. PvP, Pleasant Valley Picker here in British Columbia, he says, so the person that made this list doesn't know comics and books aren't the same thing. And yeah, like when you're talking about genre or you're talking about medium, I think it matters, right? And it certainly matters when you're talking about comic books too. I mean, I just learned all of this because I'm an academic. I'm a nerd. I'm not a geek. You guys collectively have taught me so much about comics. But when you're in the comic book business, you don't get the time to sit back and make the greatest book cover that you can think of, the greatest fantasy book cover, the greatest magazine cover. Making comic books it's really hard work, and a lot of these guys wind up with gnarled up hands and backs, and they can't even move their fingers, and they're a lot like news reporters, like I used to be. The turnaround time is really, really short. You got to hustle your buns and you got to get things done, and when you're looking at respecting a body of work that someone has done in a very short time frame with these extremely tight deadlines, and you have to create a lot of it in a very short window of your life, I do think that it is a part of the criteria. You can't just look at the final product and say, okay, this is the greatest comic book artist of all time. And I think Frank Frazetta is a great example of that. I absolutely think that Frank Frazetta is a legend. He's a gifted, ridiculously gifted person, but I'm not sure that I associate him exclusively with comics or in that horrible journey of trying to make comics for almost no money. Like, these guys are all broken and they had to turn over so much artwork so quickly.
I need to get to something here. Darth Scipio, I'll be right with you. Excuse me, had to clear up. Darth Scipio, dude, are you out of your... hang on a second. First, Sean says something important. He says, this tripwire writer seems to just compile the list for the random week to geek Google searches. Gee, Frank Frazetta did comics? I bet he's in. Very good point. Scipio, dude, Darth, you said, I don't care. Yes, he worked for Mad for over 50 years. He also did work for DC. What am I talking about? I'll tell you. I'm talking about the king of comics, Jack Kirby, who revolutionized the art form 3 times over like 45 to 50 year career, and created 5 or 6 different tropes that were followed, and 5 different styles and patterns that were followed by every other artist. You're talking about Mort Drucker, a very good cartoonist who did great satirical humor work for a great Mad Magazine, who I did say was up there with the Harvey Kurtzmans and those guys and the Jack Davis, but he's not Jack Kirby. And if you think he is, you don't know what you're talking about. No offense, my friend, but seriously. Anyway, we're going to leave off of this, and and everyone's entitled to an opinion, and that is
no
an opinion.
hard feelings, but it's really important for people to realize that when you're looking at making a top 100 list of these artists and their contribution to the craft, to the medium, to the entire comic book industry. You really have to look at the sum total of their contributions, the nature of their contributions, and be somewhat objective about it. This isn't a subjective list where you're just saying, oh, you know, these are my favorites. This is a magazine, Tripwire, that's trying to create a list that people can agree with and say, ah, yes. It's like, you know, when you're trying to pick out the songs on or the best bands that Rolling Stone picks, the, you know, the top 100 guitar players. It's going to be a contentious thing, but at the same time, I think that everyone who would be involved with it should actually have that as their chief craft, not as just something they do, but it should be their chief craft. So I think that makes a good point. I really do. It should be somewhat objective, right, Captain?
Oh, sure. Absolutely. J-Man says, I think this person is saying comic artist as anyone who did art for anything that a regular person would consider a comic, not necessarily an actual in other words, this person is not a comic book historian that knows what they're talking about. I'm not talking about the one who wrote the article or the words about Frazetta in this piece, because they took that from somewhere else. I'm talking about the one who put him at number 2 here. They didn't know what they were doing. Now, again, Hungry Boy says, again, cartooning is not comic art proper. It's like tap dancing versus competitive ballroom dancing, like South Park versus Young Frankenstein. Look, and again, I don't like being in a position where it sounds like I'm putting, knocking on Mort Drucker was a brilliant artist, and I love him, and I love his satirical work. He was like Harvey Kurtzman, and Harvey Kurtzman's on this list. Mort Drucker's fantastic. I love his work, and if they'd have put him on this list somewhere, farther back, of course, I'd have been there. But to compare him to even, I mean, look, if you were to ask Mort Drucker when he was alive, do you think you're in the class with Jack Kirby? And I mean, and Drucker did other stuff. So I'm just saying, look, hey, Darth, it's cool, man. It's fine. I'm good with you no matter what, dude. But that's just.
Hey, Donnie's here. Donnie just
Donnie
walked
Pearson,
through the door.
what's up?
Evening, Donnie Pearson.
And so that's that. And now we'll see who next week gets there. We'll see who they put number 1 next week.
I'm afraid.
It may be Mark. Maybe it'll be Mark Drucker. No, just kidding.
Oh my God! If it is,
it won't be.
Come on.
Now we know who number 1's going to be. And again, I got to be clear on this. It doesn't mean who your favorite is. Your favorite's different. Kirby cannot be. It doesn't have to be everyone's favorite. He happens to be my favorite. But if Kirby were not my favorite, if I didn't even like much of his style, which I personally do, I would still call him the greatest of all time. He's the king for a reason. Mm-hmm. He's the king. I mean, you cannot find. I mean, the guys who have said this, the Gil Kanes, the Will Eisners, the Al Williamsons, the Barry Windsor Smiths, the Walt Simonsons, so many of these guys have said Jack Kirby's the greatest. And it doesn't mean he has to be your favorite artist. But favorite's one thing. But
favorite doesn't count, right? Because you have subjective, which is like, okay, my total opinion. You have objective, which is no opinions involved whatsoever, and then you have intersubjective, and that's important, right? Because if we didn't have intersubjective, if we didn't have this sort of quasi-objective way of looking at things or assessing things, and that's what intersubjective is, it would be total chaos. And I know people don't like to talk about that on social media because they really want to cling to their individuality and their right to their own opinion. We're not talking about that here. So when we're talking about what Clobby's talking about, we're talking about the fact that, okay, in your country, you have money. It's a green piece of paper. In our country, it's all different sorts of colors and it's made out of plastic. I think you guys are still on paper in the United States, but you all agree that a $100 bill has a certain value. That $100 bill has absolutely no value unless you all decide that that's what its value is. And that's the difference between subjective, I'm allowed to have my own opinion, objective, everybody agrees on this, and then this inner subjectivity. And so it's really important for folks to realize that when somebody gives themselves over to a medium, and there are a mass of people who create a criteria of value, and they assess that value on that one particular thing, that it's relevant, and it doesn't have to be your favorite. So I hope everyone understands what Clobby's trying to say, because what he's saying makes sense.
Well, someone here doesn't. By the way, let's say that a long time no see to the great Dr. Herky Monkey. Dr. Herky Monkey. All right, Darth, you're either a lunatic, a madman, or a troll, or all of it. Madman, lunatic. You say, it's one thing to say you like, to say that you can draw better than Kirby did in the 60s. Hell, your 12-year-old daughter can draw better than Kirby. You were a goddamn idiot, and you're trashing Kirby, the king of comics, and that's it. You were throwing bombs at Midnight's Edge chat earlier, and now you're doing it. You're going to say stupid shit like that, I have no respect for you. You can say you don't like his art all you want. But to say you could draw better, then basically you said I am confusing influential, whatever that is, with talent? No. Are you implying that Jack Kirby had no talent? He's one of the greatest creative minds of the 20th century. You know nothing. Now I've been friendly with you for a long time. You've been coming in here. You're going to start going after Kirby. You are insane, and that's just idiotic.
Yeah.
So that's it. I'm not going to address you anymore. Whatever you say, because that's just, you can't even have an argument with someone. You could say, you can try. I mean, first of all, putting Mark Drucker, I knew that was weird, but now you could draw better than him. And your 12-year-old daughter, bless her soul, can draw better than him. That's ridiculous. You sound like a jackass.
That's not a conversation. That's somebody trying to upset you.
That's not a conversation. You sound like a jackass. You really do. So I'm done with you. You can hang around, and I'm gonna be nice to you, but that's ridiculous. All right. So, that's number 2. We'll see who number 1 is. Maybe number 1 will be maybe Darcipia will be number 1 next week. We'll see.
So who else here is sweat and blood? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's all in the definition. Comic books and their brand of storytelling are continuity and are different than comic strips. Although they did combine the both in this, which are different than illustrated magazines. This list is for comic book art. Yeah, but they did put strip artists in there, Sean, and it's fine, because a lot of people.
Yeah, but they also crap the bed they also crap the bed in many other ways, though, boss. Because as you so rightly pointed out in your expertise, that a lot of people missed, is that they were also putting up covers and attributing them to the artists that they put on their countdown, when the covers were not done by the artist. The interiors or the covers were not done by that artist that they named on the countdown. So these people are kind of nincompoops right off the hop, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They had someone ask, Jim Larger said Will Eisner was on, let's see, Will Eisner was at number 8 on the list, which is fairly respectable. And I'm sad that, Mark Drucker didn't make the list, but, that's what these guys know. All right. So that is enough for this segment. I guess we've done enough. We'll find out next week. Yeah.
Next week it's going to be.
We know who it's going to be. They're going to get it right. I'm going to trust that they're going to get it right. Well, Pleasant Valley Pigger, I'll tell you what. He says, I don't get why folks argue what they like. There's a lot of flavors of ice cream. Yeah. I don't do that much either. I just tell you what I like or what I don't like. And then a lot of people like to come along and say, well, you're wrong. But this is different. We're talking about an objective opinion on who's the greatest artist that they make this list on. But I'm not going to get into that anymore. It'll be Kirby.
Can I put up what Jason said, please?
Yeah, see it.
My fellow author, Jason.
Captain James C. Skywalker, I love you, brother, but nobody tells me to chill. It just makes it worse. I don't tell you to chill. Don't tell me to chill.
I love you, Captain. I love what J-Man said there. It'll be Kirby next week, unless Darth is the writer.
Yeah,
I love you,
absolutely. Jay. Anyway, all right. Let's see. He says later this an illegitimate list. Yeah, well, look, Phantom Outsider. There's another thing. No Kurt Swan and no Joe Shuster. That's garbage.
Yeah, Well, a lot of people were talking about that earlier on in the chat, and Fanti was involved in that conversation where they were like, there were so many people who are legitimate comic book artists who dedicated their lives to that particular medium. And they were very talented and they didn't make the list. And so then to later on see someone who is a prodigiously gifted artist, preternaturally gifted artist, but that isn't his chief medium, I think it cheeses some folks off. So yikes, yikes, yikes.
But I appreciate the sentiment, Captains James C. Skywalker. I'm okay, man. I'm all right. Although I am eating some salsa right now because my heartburn earlier wasn't bad enough. I want to make it worse. But other than that,
do you have ice cream sandwiches in the fridge?
No, I'm afraid not.
Well, what are you going to do? You're going to have to sleep sitting up again.
I always sleep sitting up anyway, so standing up pretty much. Yeah. Let's see. If we ain't, if it ain't Kirby, we'll need umbrellas for the frogs falling from the sky. Says
Armageddon. Lovely, lovely.
Pleasant says, we can all like what we like and be respectful, hopefully. Well, I can be respectful too, but when you come in and throw bombs at Jack Kirby like that, I'm not going to be respectful to you. When you come in just to start trouble, remember, I didn't attack anybody. But when you come in and, with smart like crap, hey, it's going to happen. But
I understand it's not good. But at the same time, elicitation is elicitation. When you're trying to get a rise out of somebody, you also have to own it. That's not about manners. If trying to get a rise out of somebody to test and see if they have good manners is good form, I can tell you right now, PvP, that it's not.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Having a conversation with Clobby and saying to him that your daughter can draw better than one of who is widely considered one of, or if not the greatest comic book artist in all of history is a little absurd, and it's elicitation. Right. And I think that if you're going to elicit a response from someone and you get it, you shouldn't then say, well, we should all be nice, because if you're gonna poke the tiger.
Yeah, I mean, look, and I'm still good with you, Darth Sithio, but I'm saying when you don't start nothing, won't be nothing. I've never been anything but kind to Darth, and I'll still could be kind to Darth. But dude, when you say something outrageous like that, I got to say it. But still, that said, I hope you're right about one thing, Darth Scipio. Well, he says, I still think Henry Cavill will be James Bond. I don't think it'll happen, dude, but we don't really want it to happen in this day and age because they won't write it well anyway. But he would be a good choice for James Bond. We can agree on that because he's a great actor, and it's a shame what happened to him. Now, so we're okay on that. He would
make a good James Bond.
I do.
He's too meatheady.
No, I think he'd be good though. He's slim up a little bit.
He's going to have to stop poking himself in the bum or whatever it is he's doing to get that muscly. He doesn't. That's not what James Bond looks like.
I think he would slim up a little bit for the role. But yeah,
I would like to see that. I would like to see him look like instead of to look like like a guy who uses anabolic steroids. I don't know if he does or if he doesn't, or growth injections or whatever. I don't know whether or not he does that. I'm just saying he looks like he does. For me, when I'm thinking about James Bond, I want James Bond to be strong. I want him to be tall and strong. I'm thinking of Sean Connery. I want somebody who can lift me up over his shoulder and take me out of a burning building. But I don't want some meathead that can't even touch his knee because his muscles are too big. No.
Meatheady.
Well, he is. He's a
meatheady.
Yeah, he's like a meathead. You know what I mean? Like
meatheady.
Listen,
a hungry boy like that too, meatheady.
But seriously, like HB, listen, okay, like. There is a fine line for me because, like I like the rugby style body. I like a guy who looks like he's fit and he's strong, but he should actually be strong. These guys who do a lot of anabolic steroids and they use a lot of chemicals and stuff, they look really super cut, but they're not strong. And they're just not. And I also don't like the fact that they begin to look broken. Like if they have an itch in their back, they can't scratch it. They can't touch anything. They can't even move their arms or their neck.
All right.
They start to look goofy. Okay. They look dumb.
All right. Hey, look, you're a woman. You get to talk about dudes better than I get to talk about women. That's for sure.
But do you know what I'm saying?
no.
Like when I see a young Sean Connery, he's tall, he's gorgeous, and he, you know, he's tough. That guy, he can lift you up. He can pick things. You know, he can pick things up. He can fight. He can punch. He doesn't punch you. He punches through you. But these meatheady guys, they're you know, just like a big giant steroid machine. That they, first of all, they don't look tough to me.
Yeah.
No,
I got you.
Big turn off.
I hear you. Look, first of all, I see what you were saying, Pleasant Valley Picker earlier, and that's cool. By the way, Jay Mandelson announced he's going to be playing James Bond. I just want to say this to you, Darcipio. You said, if you're insulted by what I said, I'm sorry, man. Don't say you're sorry. It's fine. I was not insulted for me. I was insulted. You're insulting the greatest comic artist who ever lived, who without him, we wouldn't even be having a lot of these conversations about comics. And you think he wasn't a great artist. I mean, that's ludicrous that you think he wasn't a great artist. It would be saying if his style didn't appeal to you, I'd understand that. But to say he wasn't a great artist is to be woefully ignorant of what he was. He was a great artist and a great creator. I mean, that's, however, you're still allowed to say those things. But you came along saying stuff like, yeah, I could draw better than him. My 12-year-old daughter can draw better than a guy that revolutionized the art form 3 times. That's why I got pissed off, dude. Because it's just, that's a guy who's been screwed over enough as it is, and had so much stolen from him as it is, to have someone come along and say that. Yeah, you betcha I didn't like it, but it's okay.
Let's face it. You protect Kirby like I protect Gene Roddenberry. We're quite vicious,
right? But look, water under the bridge, Darth. It's fine. We're still good. You're always welcome here. But when you say something like that, I'm going to react. That's just the way it is. And maybe you meant for me to react. Maybe you said that because you wanted to react, or maybe you gave your honest opinion. That's all fine and good too. But it's one thing to say you don't think he's a great artist. I mean, that's as crazy as it is. That's arguable. But to throw gutter snipes at him, jibes at Jack Kirby, I won't have that here. Again, you can say I don't think he's a great artist, and we could talk. When you say you could draw better than him, and my daughter could draw better than him, that's insulting the king of comics. And even if you've enjoyed any characters in comics, reading comics over the past 70 years, chances are it's because of Jack Kirby in many cases. So just to let you know.
Also, important to remember, if you make a claim to be better than at someone than they are, then perhaps you should put up or shut up. You should show what you've done. If you're the greatest author who ever lived, what have you written? If you're the greatest artist that ever lived, if you can draw better than Kirby, what have you done? What are your accomplishments? So these comparisons are only meant to elicit a negative response. So let's try with the positive responses. And back to Pop Culture Republic saying, no, sorry, Raquel, I don't think of meatheady with Cavill. Momoa, yes. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
We're not going to have that argument, are we?
No, but I have to defend myself. So I just want to say to everyone, I do not consider Daniel Craig James Bond. He's not tall enough to get on the ride, me being the ride. And so that's how I know he's not James Bond. And and I agree with Hungry Boy. When we look to Ian Fleming and we look to how we're supposed to envision James Bond, we are thinking of a panther. We're thinking of somebody who is athletic, but with a sleek body. This is somebody who's fast and scary, and his strength and his athleticism is so discreet that he looks like a garden variety gentleman in a nice suit. So I don't think that Henry Cavill makes a good James Bond. I didn't think that Daniel Craig made a good James Bond. I have lots of opinions about James Bond. Don't even go there with me, because Sean Connery, I think he would. He is magnifique. Sean Connery as James Bond. What I really did like, that a gentleman in the Cavill gentleman, I really liked him in that Witcher show for the first season, but then it went completely off the rails and it became a lunatic show that was nothing like it was in the first few episodes. So I stopped watching it. But he's really cut. and like superhero cut. And if he wants to be James Bond, Pop Culture Republic, he is going to have to cut weight. He's going to have to stop doing whatever he's doing to make himself so cut, and he's going to have to start looking like a panther. He should have to look normal in a suit. And he, if you want to talk athletic, truly athletic, not superhero athletic, but realistic, where you would be a secret agent, you should be able to touch your back in the middle when it's itchy. If you can't touch your back in the middle when it's itchy, you're poking yourself in the bum too much.
Well, I think he's a good enough actor to pull off Bond, but there you go. Anyway, that's neither here nor there because he's never going to get it. All right. Darth, I'm trying to be as nice as I possibly can, but when you say things just to be incendiary, that's when you're a troll. You did this because you knew. You said these things now after you say that about Kirby to me, you say this about Gene Roddenberry because Raquel mentioned how much he means to him, how she likes to defend him. So on purpose, you said something to set her off. Okay. And that's troll shit right there. That's being a jackass. And I'm stirring up the hornet's nest by even showing her, but I just figured she probably saw it.
What do you say? Put it up.
I mean, he's better. Gene Coon is a better writer. See, that again.
What? Shut up.
We all love Gene Coon. So no one wants to insult Gene Coon. And that's a dumb argument to have anyway. Gene Coon was a good writer, but Gene Roddenberry was also an excellent writer, and he was the creator. So we don't have to pit them against each other. But my point is this. Let's say he's a better writer than Gene Roddenberry. Whatever. And that's your honest opinion. You didn't say that. She made the mention that she defends Gene Roddenberry, and then you purposely threw something out there to be a jackass. That's what you did. And you were doing this early at Midnight's Edge. Look, and you're still welcome here, but cut it out with the jackass. Don't you throw stuff out there just to throw bombs. It's going to get old, and nobody likes that kind of crap. You're just doing it to stir shit up. And again, we played the game a couple times, and we're not going to play the game anymore. Just letting you know that it is the kind of thing that you were getting yelled at for earlier at Midnight's Edge, because just cool it.
Yeah, and if you want to be like a coward when it comes to Gene Roddenberry and attack Gene Roddenberry, let me tell you something right now. I absolutely love Gene L. Coon. I actually consider him a part of the Holy Trinity in the creation of the greatest television program ever made. Ever. Okay, but Gene L. Coon still published under Gene Roddenberry. Why? Because Gene L. Coon respected Gene Roddenberry. He loved writing with him, and he was using Gene Roddenberry's idea. So, you know where you can shove it.
Yeah, I'm just saying, look. This is a good one by Steve. Hey, Maddie's daddy, good to see you, buddy. He said Gene Roddenberry was a terrible third baseman. I resemble that remark. He was better at first base, sure. Actually, he got to third base a lot, from what I understand. But boom. So, yeah. But yeah, look again. Hey, Classic Comics, good to see you there, buddy. Darth,
Classic Comics, you just walked into a hurricane.
Hey, Brian Hepburn. Look, Darth, you and I don't know each other very well. If we were like friends and knew each other, hey, Forbidden Ruin, welcome. If we didn't know each other, it might be one thing. Look at the resume. I'm not going to have the argument with you. The point is, you threw it out there because she said she cares about. Hey, Larry, she cares about him and she defends him and stuff. So you decided you're missing my point. You're doing this just to start up dumb arguments.
Yes.
So we're done. We're going to move on to the next segment.
Bye.
But cut it out. Dude. Again, it's not like you're a friend, as we know that well. If we've known you for a long time, you're just doing it to bust chops. But you're not, man. You're doing it to be a weenie. And it's like, shut up. Seriously.
That's a perfect name for it. Weenie. That's weenie behavior.
I love weenie. First of all, look at the resume, my brother. There's no comparison. I've seen Gene Roddenberry write a lot of great scripts on Have Gun Will Travel. And, Gene Coon was good. But you don't get a Star Trek without Gene Roddenberry. So you should, just like you don't get a lot of comments without Jack Kirby. So respect the creators first. Mm-hmm. And who's ever the best writer, and hey, Pat S, I think Darcibio is a better wrench than Pat S. Don't stir things up.
What is going on with everyone? Did everyone?
It's not. It's just Pat.
Are you guys taking your naughty pills?
Difference is Pat's a dear friend of mine, so he can get away with it.
Be nice, everyone. Be nice, or I'm going to send out shin kicks But you know what? I would like to Rover Darth CPO. So if anyone could please Rover Darth, I think he's more than deserving of it. Someone please Rover Darth. And Pat, your agonizer, please.
Oh, wait a minute. We got to do it right.
Yes, please.
If we're going to do it, we got to do it right.
Your agonizer, please.
Anyway. Hey, Dad, man, what's up, buddy?
Dad, Quinn!
Jim Largo, yes. Paddling Will Travel was greatness, and Roddenberry wrote some great episodes of that. So, now, before we get to Raquel's segment, I want to say, I meant to get to this earlier. 44 years ago today, one of my all-time favorite movies, my top 1 or 2 all-time favorite movies, Superman the movie, proved that you will believe a man can fly. And in 1978, December 15th was the official opening date. I remember going the first day. I can't remember exactly.
I love that movie.
I love it.
Superman. That's my Superman.
18 times in the theater in 78. Well, actually extending into 79 since it stayed in theaters for a very long time. Can't believe it. It's it's been around so long. It's been such a big part of my life, all of my life. The great Christopher Reeve, because we're talking about this character a lot because of a connection to a movie with What Went On with Henry Cavill. Christopher Reeve. I mean, and this is coming from a kid who loved George Reeves, Captain Infinity and Beyond. I love the George Reeves Adventures of Superman show. I love the George Reeves show. And so I didn't know if anyone could ever play the character for me like that. And then he did and made him even better. And I still love George Reeves, don't get me wrong. But Christopher Reeve was magnificent in this role. I love this movie so much, be it the theatrical cut, the ABC cut, the director's cut, you name it. And I probably go watch it again later. Again, I have seen it so many times.
Talk about a perfect body for Superman.
Yeah, well, he was pretty skinny when he got the role. He had to beef it up a little bit.
Yeah, but he did the perfect amount. I mean, he is just, he's beautiful. And you know what? Yeah, he's absolutely beautiful. He is the Superman for me. I love him. I grew up in the 70s though, so he's like, and I didn't read comics, so he is everything to me. And he was like that in real life, just the way he treated the fans, just his entire ethic behind Superman, and he was just what a man, what a mighty good man.
Chris Perzer says, I can tell you, Christopher Reeve made 6-year-old me believe a man could fly. Same for a 14-year-old me, sir.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. Yeah, so 44 years. That's true, Stephen Kal-El.
Yeah.
He said he was trained by Darth Vader himself, David Prowse.
Yeah, the man in the suit, yeah.
I'm not pissed anymore. Darth, you can say anything you want, but when you say things just to start up shit, it's not very friendly. I mean, you could just put an opinion out there, but when you're doing it just to be a twerp, I mean, what are you going to get? You get what you put in, man.
That's right.
You could put in the opinion. You could have said my opinion. I'm not the biggest fan, because I've heard people say that before about his art. We're not talking about that, but you got to understand that sort of thing. So anyway, I'm not going to school you on that.
Don't act like you're too timid to talk because Clobby is PO'd.
I'm not pissed.
You know that if you don't act like a weenie, Clobby will not say anything to you. So The only thing that you need to stop doing is acting like a big weenie.
And I'm going to declare this right now. I am not pissed. And even if I do get pissed, say what you want anyway. If it doesn't, if it gets too bothersome, I'll let you know. From here on out, don't worry about it. But if it gets too much, if it just looks like you're just trying to screw around and enjoy your own trollery, then we'll see what happens.
I love it.
So, number 1.
Yes, sir.
What do you have for us tonight? To everyone, of course, tell us what you got going on, because we got.
Okay, well, I have time for.
number one's sci-fi movies segment.
It is, but I have something that I forgot to tell you about that I'm just getting up to the show right now. And it's just loading. So if I could have some of your best scat singing jazz, I would be so honored.
Jazz?
Yeah, just some yeah. Okay, so just one more picture.
I'm sorry. All right, J-Man, take it easy, buddy.
Good night, J-Man. Follow J-Man.
Yes, follow J-Man, indeed.
Okay, one more picture. It's coming. It's coming.
Pictures are coming, folks.
The pictures are coming. Okay. So, a while back, we were all talking about how we like different types of models and things like this. We used to talk about this all the time on the Global Geek Gang. And that was a show that that Clubby used to host, and he used to bring a bunch of geeks together, and we used to talk about stuff. And so cool. This is one thing that I used to bond with the geeks is like growing up in the 70s. I absolutely loved model making, and that it's something that I really missed and that I wanted to get into again. So I was going out of town, and I happened to stop at this magical gas station just outside of Cold Lake, Alberta. It's a pretty famous gas station because it's not really a gas station. It's a gorgeous store that has this beautiful bakery in it, and they have all these different things that you can buy. Plus, it's a gas station. Anyway, so I bought this, and I did it last week. Well, not last week, maybe a few days ago. I don't know. I work a lot now, so I've lost track of time. But this is, they didn't have anything science fiction. So I got this thing called Starry Night, and it's fantasy. So I thought, well, fantasy.
That's far close enough.
Yeah. So this is an amazing puzzle, and it's also a model, and it's a music box. And so you take all of these parts apart. You build all your own tools. You build your tools out of the parts they give you. So as you can see, they're numbered. You put the parts together, and that helps you to assemble it. So it's quite a lot of fun. It took me a little while to get it done, but here it is.
Wow. Nice.
And this is it from the side.
Minimus is here.
Minimus.
And yes, Phantom Outsider, I did get that, but with your question about that Prisons of Gravity thing, thank you.
So this is these rocker or roker. These are this model series. It's a puzzle series. It's quite a lot of fun. This is a music box. You wind it up, and it plays Memory from the musical Cats. And of course, it's completely mechanized, and you build it from the ground up. And like I said, you even build the tools. So it's quite a lot of work. It's not difficult. I wouldn't say it's difficult. I know it looks difficult and people are freaked out, but I didn't find it difficult. And as you all know, I am fascinated by mechanization. Mary Shelley, Bram Stoker, Mumford, this whole idea of when our society mechanized. So here it is, a steampunky, wonderful thing. So if you're into puzzles and you're into models, I definitely recommend these rocker people. Since I've purchased this, I did a little bit of research, and I found out that they have one called Solar System, but it's fully mechanized, but it doesn't have a music box in it. So I'm thinking about getting that one. So highly recommend. They're not cheap, but they're super fun to build. And it was great fun. So all you geeks and nerds out there that love puzzles and love model work, this is a puzzle and a model all in one. And it's so much fun. I have to tell you, there's a sizing tool that you have to build to make sure that each one of your mechanisms with your jewel is at the exact right height to come out of the series of cogs as the music box turns. the entire mechanism altogether. And it's really cool because when you're building it, you realize a light bulb goes off in your head and you're like, oh my God, I'm building a lockbox, like a key lockbox. And so you wind up inserting these your spinning rods into this key lock to check the height, the measurements of it. So much fun. I cannot recommend it enough.
Amazing.
Well, thank you.
Fantastic. Love it. Cool stuff.
Roker, ROKR.
Roker? Okay.
Rocker, I don't know.
Roker.
Yeah,
Roker.
so if you're into that sort of thing, I know when I did the Global Geek Gang, the boss man said, hey, if you ever do anything like that, make sure you share it. So I'm sharing it. Super fun, you guys, and worth every penny. It was great to escape into this model puzzle for a couple of hours. And it only took a couple of hours. Great fun.
Indeed.
Okay, so now what you've all been waiting for is the film segment of the show. And
yes,
let me explain. And now I'm a little discombobulated, so let me just explain.
Okay, sure.
Okay, so I'm a nerd.
JT Kirk.
JT
Kirk. What's up, buddy?
Shout out to JT Kirk. Thank you so much for everything. I saw that note that you left me. I love you. Thank you. Okay, so as you all know, I'm not a geek. I don't collect things. I don't know about comics. I don't play video games. I haven't memorized whole scripts. I don't know how people film things. I'm not a geek. Okay, I don't collect. I'm a nerd, academic, and how I know all these geeks is through Star Trek. And I love science fiction, but I haven't watched a lot of science fiction films, and I hate all the new stuff. It's horrible. Not only is it hyper didactic and hegemonic, but it's nauseating. So I don't like watching it. So I watch old films. And Clobby said, well, why don't you share those old films if you'd like? And so we came up with this segment where I share old films. And then I'm hanging around with my artist, my wonderful artist, Hungry Boy, who is the official artist of CLOBBERIN Times. And he also did the painting, an actual painting for my book, my science fiction collection. I was hanging out with him and he's like, hey, you want a film, buddy? And I was like, sure. And so instead of waiting for the algorithm to choose these old movies for me, HB, Hungry Boy, started choosing the movies we watched together. And oh my gosh, does he ever have awesome taste. So I watched 3 movies. We watched
Dave G. Sound, by the way.
Hey, Dave G. Sound.
Hey. Sorry.
How are you feeling, honey? You feeling okay?
Sorry about that. I just wanted you to see it.
No, that's okay. I'm glad you told me. So we watched a movie on Monday together. And then we do this late at night. I live in Canada. He lives in Australia. So it's quite hysterical. We watch a movie late on Monday night, a movie late on Tuesday, and a movie late on Wednesday. And the first movie that we watched together that Hungry Boy picked, and this was such a gooder, is First Men in the Moon. This is an H.G. Wells story. I read it, but I totally didn't remember it. I read it when I was quite young, and I didn't remember it.
In the Moon, yeah.
Yes, In the Moon. What did I say? On the Moon?
No. You said no. You did. I'm just saying that I've always been amused by the title, like In the Moon, not On the Moon.
Yeah, and they really do. The preposition is correct. They really actually go in the moon. So I'm going to read a little bit from Wikipedia to tell you about the film, and everyone erupt in the chat and say what you think. Did you read this? I read this, but I didn't remember because I read it when I was young, and I thought this was a good film. I'm going to read from Wikipedia. First Men in the Moon is a 1964 British science fiction film. It is pure science fiction. Produced by Charles H. Shearner, directed by Nathan Joron, starring Edward Judd, Martha Hayer, and Lionel Jeffries. The film, distributed by Columbia Pictures, is an adaptation by screenwriter Nigel Neal of H.G. Wells's 1901 novel, the first men in the moon. Ray Harryhausen,
The great Ray Harryhausen.
Yes, produced the stop motion animation effects, which includes the selenites, giant caterpillar-like moon cows, and a large-brained grand lunar. The film was made 5 years prior to man first landing on the moon. Well, yes, we know that. You said 1964. Who doesn't know when the first man landed on the moon? Anyways, I'll read the first little bit about the plot. In 1964, the United Nations has launched a rocket flight to the moon. A multinational group of astronauts in the U.S. Spacecraft land, believing themselves to be the first lunar explorers. However, they discover a Union Jack flag on the surface and a note mentioning Catherine Calendar, which claims the moon for Queen Victoria. Attempting to trace Calendar in the records office of Dymchurch in Kent, southeast England, the UN authorities discover that she has died, but that her husband, Arnold Bedford, is still living in a nursing home known as the Limes. The home staff do not let him watch television reports of the moon expedition because, according to the matron, it excites him. Bedford's repeated lunar claims are dismissed as senile delusion. The UN representatives question him about the moon, and he tells them his story, which is shown as a flashback. In 1899, Arnold Bedford lives in a romantic spot, Cherry Cottage, next to a canal lock in Dymchurch. His fiancée, Catherine Calendar, known as Kate, arrives by car, driving herself, visiting the house for the first time. It is implied that Bedford is in financial difficulties by a letter about his rent being well past due. They meet at a nearby neighbor, inventor Joseph Cavor, I think you pronounce it, I don't remember, who wants to buy the cottage just in case his experiments should damage it. Kate agrees to this on Bedford's behalf. Bedford begins spending time at Cavor's house, where the inventor has a large laboratory. It's international. Be quiet. He has developed a substance, cavorite, that will let anything it is applied to or made of nullify the force of gravity. He plans to use it to travel to the moon. Bedford has deeds drawn up and signed in Kate's name, selling the cottage to Cavor for £5,000. In reality, he's selling something that he does not own. And that is all I'm going to read. Obviously, there's a lot more, but I don't want to spoil it for you. And now I'm going to throw it over to the captain and say, Captain, my captain, have you ever read First Men in the Moon, or have you ever seen this marvelous film?
I've read the book back in the 80s, 70s, or 80s, and I've seen the movie way, way back then as well, because, of course, it's a Ray Harryhausen film. Now, even though it has been a while, I do know I love it just because, well, I mean, it's a marvelous piece of entertainment, but I would like to see it again because it's been a bit.
Yeah, it is. It's really good. Like at first you think it's going to be kind of campy and it's almost comedic, but then it really dives into the H.G. Wells story, and it becomes great fun and quite serious. And it has some really great effects, some really great practical effects. It was great fun, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. I highly recommend. For me, First Men in the Moon is definitely an 8.5 out of 10. It's a gooder.
Nice. And Darth, a couple weeks back, Raquel did talk about silent running, but you haven't talked about Dr. Strangelove yet, have you?
No, not yet.
No, have you seen that one? That's interesting.
I believe I have.
That's a gooder. But anyway, go ahead. Continue.
Okay, so I'm definitely going to give it an 8.5 out of 10. I think First Men in the Moon is terrific. And watching the film just made me want to read the story again, which I haven't read since childhood. A huge H.G. Wells fan, but I read a lot of it when I was quite young. Same with the Edgar Allan Poe. I read quite a bit of it when I was young. Hey, Mark,
hello. I didn't want to interrupt you, but sorry I'm late. Hey. Hail to the
What's
chat. Hi, everyone. Yeah,
Hey,
just
hey,
back. The
hey.
football banquet went longer than,
Oh, well.
you know, those always go longer, but they won the state championship, so it was fun.
Well,
and,
congrats. Big time. Yeah.
yeah.
Did you
Good-
say
good time.
banquet?
Banquet, yep.
Yes. They were
Was the food
celebrating their
good?
championship.
Yeah, food was okay. I mean,
it was
you
good.
know, it's you get the rubber. It wasn't rubber chicken, but you get chicken and mashed potato. You know, it's a football banquet, simple, and pasta, and I had very little teeny dessert. I eat the big cupcake, so that was good.
There you go. Well, good to see you, dude. Thank you for being here.
Yeah,
Good
thank you,
stuff.
yep.
So have
Yeah,
you
so-
seen First Men in the Moon, Mark?
Is that the black and white film with the moon as a cake, or is that I'm thinking of Jacques? No,
You're thinking of the very first trip to the
very
moon.
first trip to the moon. Yeah.
Yeah. No,
Well, my
this-
dad took me to see that in a library years ago. Trip to the Moon. So yeah, mixing that up. But that was that's one of the all-time. Have you seen that, Raquel? Not to get off the-
I would need to watch a few minutes of it. You know,
You
I
might have
watch a
seen
lot
it.
of late night.
It's one of the
black
first
and
movies
white.
ever made.
Yeah. With the moon as a
Oh.
cake. Yeah. And
Oh
Probably is the best
yeah,
science
yes,
fiction
yes,
yeah, you
yes.
must
I've
have seen
seen
pictures
that.
of that. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I don't think I've seen this one.
This is a Harryhausen movie, Mark.
Oh, First Men in the Moon. Well, I've watched a lot of Harryhausen, so I'll have to
It's
search
one of
the
his least, one of
database.
his early ones, and you know, it's not
Doesn't
a
not that well
monster
known,
movie
probably.
per se, but it's, you know,
Special effects. Yeah.
Mhm.
there's a
Interesting.
monster
Yeah.
thingy in it.
I'm assuming these are all Hungry Boy wrecks, right?
They are this week
Some of
again
them.
as well. You know, I
Great.
enjoy his picks more than the algorithm.
So what Sean
Well,
said, he
knows
said,
his stuff.
Decepticon said, I remember the trailer for the first Men in the Moon gave away the entire ending. Anything to show the creatures and anything to show the creatures and sell the movie. Yeah.
I have
Right.
never wanted the protagonist to die more than when I watched this film.
Wow. Never
And-
more.
Wow.
And yeah, and the woman, like
That's
you
saying
just
something.
you want something horrible to happen to both of them.
They're that bad, right?
Wow. Gotta remember that.
They're rotten to the core. But the scientist is quite lovely, and you cheer for him. And
Nigel Neal.
yeah, he's lovely, and he's very Mr. Spock in his he's very Vulcanian in his approach to first contact, and so he's delightful, and you're cheering him on. Meanwhile, Hungry Boy and I we had our late night snacks, usually chocolate and wine or some type of expensive cheeses, and we were cheering. We were desperate. We were quite desperate to see some terrible thing befall both of the nincompoops who accompany
Ouch.
this poor scientist to the moon. So please watch this. You will not regret it. You're going to have such a great time with it. A beautiful pick. As a matter of fact, all the picks, I don't want to be anticlimactic here, but all of the picks this week. Mwah, chef's kiss.
Not early Harryhausen. Sorry, but it was not late Harryhausen either. But I got you, buddy. And I love what what's it?
Yes.
What do you say?
He's a meathead. The protagonist is a meathead.
Wait a minute. Rob Reiner plays him?
No, that's not what I mean by meathead.
Oh, I know.
I mean, actually, like his head is just meat. There's nothing happening there.
Junkman.
Ouch.
Yeah,
He's
he's
Webb
just
Brown.
a meathead. And he's not only is he a meathead, but the woman is a complete insufferable nincompoop.
Is she hot?
No,
I don't know if I'm.
she
No
has a
redeeming
very
features?
bizarre haircut, and she's so insufferable.
I got to see what she looks like now because it's been forever. I have to take a look.
Oh,
Find it.
she's insufferable. She's insufferable.
I'm gonna go. I got to go look up what she looks like now.
Yeah, it's terrible. So we can show pictures
First
of her.
Man
if you'd
Inside
like.
the Moon.
So this was the
Look at- I'll just
1964
take a look.
version.
This is the 1964 version. Oh yes, that's what we were calling her. We were calling her what the cool kids are now calling annoying women. Karen. It was Meathead
She was
and
a Karen?
Karen and Meathead. And you just want horrible things to happen to them.
I mean, do I want to do horrible things to her in a like a guy perv way, or you
No.
mean like I just want to shove her head
No.
down a toilet?
No,
annoying.
like, no, you would
No,
you would look at her and just go, shh.
Is she Kate? She's Kate? Is her name Kate?
I'm
trying to find her.
I think it's Kate.
Okay. I'll be the judge of this. What happens to Kate?
Okay.
Oh, Kate's
If you can
cute.
put up with
Oh,
her,
no.
I'm all for it if you can put up with her.
Kate's a cutie, looks like to me. What's wrong with you?
A complete dingbat and an insufferable nincompoop. Wait until you see the dumb stuff she does.
Oh, I see. Oh,
dumb.
God, she's beautiful. I don't know. I mean,
well, she ought to be beautiful because there's nothing going on upstairs.
I can forgive all the other stuff.
Oh wait, she's wow, she's gorgeous.
Super hottie. Oh, I don't. Do I care
So
if she's annoying?
She's just.
I'm
Well,
just
they
gonna go
probably
to the
told her
room
to
with her,
act
you know?
that way, right?
Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
no one's saying it's in personal.
Do you have earplugs?
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
If you have earplugs, she'll be fine.
Yeah, but she's a hottie. I'm just really, I'm just superficial that way, I guess.
Yeah.
Does she scream more than Cape Capshaw and Temple of Doom, or it's just
no,
she's just annoying?
It's not like that. It's more kind
It's just
of
annoying.
Like, yeah, like I don't think you're going to find her hot. I think you're going to be like, that's my mom.
Well, I'm looking at some old photos of her. She's.
I think she's
a starlet. Yeah, starlet.
Yeah, well,
yeah.
Of course, she's probably a lovely human being.
Yeah, but just in the movie.
I don't even know what her real name is, but all I know is that Moon Karen should have
Moon Karen
should have somebody keep her mouth shut.
That's not in the obituary.
That's okay.
in
We
the
don't
New
mind
York
that.
Times,
I mean,
yeah.
if that's what she's into, that's cool. I mean, I mean, well, you know what I mean.
Clubby.
Well, I'm just saying.
Yeah,
I don't judge people.
Oh,
yeah.
she's stunning though. I'm looking at these old pictures. I mean, she'd give some of those Hollywood actresses a run for their
Yes,
money
Chris
back then.
Persia. She couldn't get out of an unlocked room. I'm amazed.
Martha Hire.
I'm amazed that she's able to get dressed on her own.
All right, well, I got to show a couple of pictures if that's okay. Here, just real quick.
Okay.
She's stunning. So I haven't seen this movie. I don't remember this movie, but she's.
she does not look that good in the movie.
Oh my! Holy mother of!
Holy Moses!
Right?
Yeah, she does not look like that in the movie.
Yeah,
I go with to the moon with her anytime.
Yeah,
to the moon. Alice,
I think several people would.
Yeah.
Where's yeah? So she's.
Wow.
Okay, but show a picture of her from the movie so people can see.
Yeah, okay.
That she looks like she cut her own hair with craft scissors, like kitty craft scissors. And
hey, Pat S.
Yeah, let's see a picture from the moon.
That's a high bar. Linda Harrison or Ginny Gutter, but she's up there. She's hot though.
Yeah, Pop Culture Republic to the moon, Karen.
Bang zoom.
Okay.
Is this her in the?
She looks sort of Victorian. And they were trying to make her look like...
No. Go to the pink dress.
Wow,
go to the pink dress. Go to that. Now make that big.
That's lovely, though.
The hair, it's something special.
Oh, well, it's not her fault.
And the pictures are small.
Let's see if I can click on one of the.
Her hair is ridiculous.
Yeah, her hair is bad, but she's.
Yes, it's really bad, and it only gets worse as she becomes disheveled. But it really looks like she cut her hair with kitty craft scissors.
I've seen it before a long time ago, Hungry Boy. But yes, now I really want to. I think she's lovely. Oh my.
Yeah, just a complete nincompoop, completely insufferable. You'll be like, oh, I hope something horrible happens to her.
There's Nigel Neal saying, "Hey, my dear, would you like to go to the moon with me?" Yeah.
Okay.
So what we're saying is basically the guys on this panel do not care about personality.
No, that's what they're saying. Also, that's not an evil creature. That's a space cow.
Oh,
space cow.
Moon cow. That's
Harryhausen.
Sorry, moon cow.
Is that a Harryhausen space cow? Cool.
Yeah, that's a moon cow, and
nice.
They're in quite a state. The poor moon cows.
Poor moon cows. Yeah. Oh, the moon cows. Yeah, so they're going for that H.G. Wells turn of the century look there, I guess.
And you wish that the two of them would just fall in the swamp and not come out. Anyway.
I got news for him.
She's insufferable. They're terrible people, okay? They're terrible people.
Oh, wait a minute. They're villain. They're like bad. They're like not nice people, is what you're saying?
Yeah, they're not nice people.
They're villains. Okay.
Well, no, they're not villains. They're the protagonists, but they're not goodly. They're not nice. They're not kind. Jerks. He's a crook and she's an insufferable nincompoop.
Well, what's Victorian age? What else was a woman going to be but a...
In 1899, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, well, look at her. She's actually dressed up as Mrs. Claus here. There we go. There's one of the photos. I guess First Men in the Moon. I don't know what this has to do with First Men in the Moon, but I wish I could. So it's
No,
like
that
a moon
works.
background.
See, I
So-
need that dress. I want to
my.
do I want to
at
do
that,
a
yeah.
cosplay for
Mhm.
for Christmas. I'm searching for a dress. I can't find a dress.
That's a good Mrs. Claus, yeah.
I
Santa's
think
never
that's a
going to
nice
leave home.
They're incompetent. Okay.
So, all right.
Well, sometimes your characters have to be, you know, if the story calls for it. I mean,
yeah.
Yeah, you want terrible things to happen to them, and it's quite fun because you're just cheering for something horrible to happen to them.
wow, that's so mean.
I know. It's who I am. That's
But
why you
you're
love
not
me.
supposed to, though.
Hey, of course.
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons why we love movies, because you can be mean to somebody, you know, you're being mean to someone that doesn't really exist. Let's just be honest with ourselves.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to be mean to somebody for real, but that's a fictional
I would never
character.
do
You can
that.
talk all that crap about Wesley, you know,
Yeah,
for example.
I would never do that
Yeah.
to somebody in real life. I mean, if the poor girl cut her own hair with her child's craft scissors, I wouldn't say anything to her. You know,
Wow.
I might send her for some tests to make sure she knew what date it was and what country she was in, but I wouldn't say anything insulting.
Hey, Darth Scipio, watch how you talk to Hungry Boy. He's a friend of mine. Watch it. Just behave and stop calling people names. That's the last warning.
Oh, if you call him a jerk, I'll actually dump you out.
He just
Don't
said
do
don't
that.
be one, but he's not being one. He's just having an
Don't do
argument. But I
that.
mean,
Darth, don't do
he's
that.
having a discussion. Yeah, just be cool, Darth. Just, you know,
Yeah.
relax. You guys don't have to agree on everything. Look, I mean, I yell at you. It's different because I'm, you know, because I can do that. But, and you can yell at me, by the way, as well, but not my friends.
Yeah, not our guests. And Hungry Boy is an honored guest here.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you
He,
look,
he materializes here anonymously, but he is a gifted artist who's involved with RPG gaming. He's involved with comic books. He's a painter, and he is quite a lovely human being. And he materializes here anonymously for obvious reasons. So I would demand that you speak to him with respect. And if you can't, then don't.
if anybody's going to get abused around here, it's Mark.
Yes,
Yeah,
it's in his contract.
Yeah, it is in my contract. Yeah, it's I get paid extra. Yeah.
All right, Mr. Angel. Be good, buddy. So,
Good
anyway,
night, Mr. Angel.
So anyway, that was a fun Harryhausen film. What you got next up?
It was.
If you were done with that one.
Okay.
Okay.
There's a remake in 2010 too. Does anyone know if that's any good?
No,
Usually
don't go
remakes
see a
are bad.
remake. Shin kicks. Shin kicks.
I'm just, you never know. I mean,
No, look.
just
Remember
asking.
what
TV
happened
drama,
with that
TV drama.
stupid Sandman show. Okay, next up. This is what I would consider a long time coming. I should have seen this a long time ago. I actually really do need to read the book, but I need to find the proper translation. So I'm very excited to present to you.
Oh wow!
La
Fantastic
Planète Sauvage, which I believe the Americans call Fantastic
Planet. Yes.
That's not what the translation is. I come from a country where we speak French and English. It actually means wild. So the wild planet.
It's a wild movie.
We allow this French stuff on the panel.
We do.
Just kidding.
I don't know.
Your dad spoke French and came from a French country. Be
laughing.
quiet. Shin kicks. Shin
Your
kicks.
dad was a French one.
Swiss French. Yep.
Swiss French. Yes.
We win our wars, so we want to distinguish ourselves from that French
Chili
country.
Chow. Roll
Roll
Tide.
Tide.
I mean, now it makes me think of that makes me think of Blackadder. I'm happy with all the French jokes he pulls. I'm as happy as a Frenchman who's invented a pair of self-removing trousers. Well, to be fair, Darth, he said don't be dense. You said don't be a jerk. How about, but hey, he thought you were being dense. But look, I'm not gonna look. You're grown men. You can argue all you want. Just play nice in the chat. It's cool.
Yeah, play nice in the
Everyone
sandbox.
play nice. Everyone plays to everyone.
Don't make me
Yeah,
turn
not
this
just Dorothy.
podcast around.
Don't pee in the pool.
Yeah, but Darth,
We want to
look,
be
you got-
friendly, even when we disagree.
Well,
So
Well, I
King
yelled.
King Ronnie
Hey, DJ. I saw him earlier. Hey there.
I
No,
didn't.
I look. I yelled at you earlier, Darcipio, and I maintain what I said. But you're still welcome to hang. But you guys arguing stuff like that, yeah, it's fine. Just kind of keep it to a minimum argument if you could. But you said don't be dense, but you were being very dense earlier, man. It's kind of tough to feel sympathy for you when you're trolling stuff, saying shit just to start people on, get going. It'd be one thing if you were having a normal conversation and he said that to you, but you've been doing that a lot, trying to stir people up. And that's what kind of gets you that. So there's an old saying, again, don't start nothing, won't be nothing. But, I'm glad you said you love the channel. And we love having anyone here, even if we disagree on things.
It's true. It's
Just
true.
Be cool. Just be cool. Be cool. But anyway. All right, go for it. Fantastic Planet. I'm sorry,
The
La Planet.
Wild Planet.
La Planet Sausage.
The Wild Planet. I will read from Wikipedia in case you are unfamiliar with this.
Dave Rayburn, cuz. Sorry.
Hey, cuz.
Once Clobby bitch smacked me.
Hey, Dave.
That's not true. I bitch slapped him to the last week.
Oh, well,
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to read from Wikipedia in case you are unfamiliar with this glorious, glorious, glorious film. Fantastic Planet, that's not the translation, it's Wild Planet, is a 1973 experimental adult animated science fiction film. Yes, I would agree with that. Directed by René Larue, I think, and written by Lalou, I think that's how you say it, and Roland Topper, the latter of whom also completed the film's production design. The film was animated by a person I can't pronounce in Prague. The film was an international co-production between companies from France to Czechoslovakia. It's an allegorical story about humans living on a strange planet dominated by giant humanoid aliens who consider them animals, pets actually. And it's based on a 1957 novel, Hommes en série, by French writer Stéphane Whoa. Sorry, you guys, I don't have strong French. A working title while in development was, I'm not going to say that, which is where most of the story takes place. The actual title, The Fantastic Savage Planet, is the name of Yagam's moon. Production began in 1963. Fantastic Planet was awarded the Grand Prix Special Jury Prize at the 1973 Cannes Film Festival, and in 2016 was ranked the 36th greatest animated movie ever by Rolling Stone. And here is a little bit about the plot. In the distant future, the gargantuan blue humanoid trogs, in French and Czech spelling drog, have brought human beings who are called hommes as a play on the French word for man, homme, or homme. From Earth to the planet Yagam, where they maintain a technologically and spiritually advanced society. The Trogs consider hommes animals, and while they keep some as pets, others live in the wilderness and are periodically slaughtered by the Trogs to control their population. Trogs have a much longer lifespan than hommes, but reproduce much less. When an homme mother is tortured to death by 3 Trog children, her orphan infant is found by Master Sin, a key Trog leader, and his daughter Taiwa, who keeps the boy as a pet and names him Ter. I think it's like as in Terra, like Earth. Taiwa loves Ter and is careful not to hurt him, but in accordance with her parents' instructions, gives him a collar with which she can pull him in any direction. She brings Ter to sessions in which she receives her education using a headset that transmits knowledge into her mind. A defect in Ter's collar allows him to receive the knowledge too. Around the time that Taiwa grows into her teens and performs Trog meditation, which allows the species to travel with their minds, she loses some interest in Ter, who has become a young man and acquired much Trog knowledge. He escapes into the wilderness, stealing Taiwa's headset. Okay, then a whole bunch of stuff happens after that. And I don't want to spoil it. let me just explain to you what this film is if you haven't watched it and you're like, okay, Raquel, you don't even like cartoons. This isn't even your thing. Why do you like this so much? Okay, first of all, this isn't really a cartoon. It's more like an album cover. It's more like Pink Floyd, like a Pink Floyd video. It's not like heavy metal. It's not like a cartoon. It's very much different than that. It's almost like a presentation of sketches, and the sketches are animated. It's hard to explain. This is something that you would very much see in Little France on a film day, like if you have a Little France in your city. It's very prog rock, like it has a prog rock video, 1970s video tone to it. It's absolutely beautiful. The story is incredible. Yes, I'm saying incredible, and no hyperbole is intended. This isn't like just some sort of magnificent flourish that amounts to nothing. It truly is an incredible story in which basically it outlines what it means to be a human being through showing what it's like to treat others inhumanely. And what's really lovely about this is that it isn't assigned any type of specific race, religion, culture, a partisanship. All of that is missing here. This is just humankind naked before itself as it judges itself through this film. It is different and original in its presentation and in its ideas. You know, a lot of people always say to me, oh, you know, like the thing I like about your writing, Raquel, is that it's very original. I have to tell you, this book is also extremely original. These are not tired tropes or tired ideas that you've seen time and time again. These are some truly original things that give you pause. And there are times when you feel truly frightened, or you actually feel sick from the grittiness of your own humanity. And humanity can be quite gritty and quite gross, quite awful to look at, awful to feel, awful to be. And so you experience that in this film. And you just have to see it. I have to find a proper translation of it to make sure that the translation is quite good, because you all know that that's a huge problem when you get bad translations that ruin stories. But this is a 10 out of 10 for me. This jumps to the highest countdown for me when I think about my favorite science fiction films. And I know you're all probably thinking, wow, that's insane. You hate cartoons. Yeah, this is something completely different, and it blew me away, and I absolutely love it. And I think every single person on the planet should watch it.
You hate cartoons? You're fired. I hate you.
I know. I'm sorry.
But I still love you. I don't know. It's tougher to love you now than you hate cartoons, to be honest. What do you think, everybody? Should we give her the agony booth?
Yeah,
How
me in
dare
the agony
you
booth.
say that about cartoons?
Oh, sorry.
This is for you.
Your agonizer, please.
No, Mr. Spock!
Thank you, Hungry Boy, for posting that. So I have to watch it later on the YouTubes, but looks very Monty Python-esque type animation, just by
Yeah, it's got that stop animation
that
to
vibe,
it.
that vibe. Yep. And thank you. And he posted the original French with the subs, which I'll probably watch that version because I like hearing the French. But this is a very Twilight Zone esque movie. I mean, this could be an episode of Twilight Zone, it seems, too, or Outer Limits.
Yes.
In terms
No,
of the
not
scope
really.
of the story.
But not really.
Can I explain to you what
I haven't seen it, so.
Okay,
but
well, let me explain to you what it's like, and if you do a lot of reading, you're going to instantly know what I'm talking about. Imagine if Shel Silverstein wrote something for adults instead of children. And then it was like turned into like a prog rock video. It's
Yeah.
literally
rock?
like that. So if you take like the poetry and the brilliance of Shel Silverstein and these sort of tangled lessons about the ugliness of humankind and how we're always struggling to be a better version of ourselves, and this one holds a mirror up to us to help us sort of define what it is to be human and to compassionate one another and to be whole and to be free, and you do all of that with no politics in it. It's just you. That's how I would describe it. So Shel Silverstein, a Pink Floyd The Wall, a crazy Inagata-Devita cover, and no politics, no judgment. Just, you're really like, it's like you're trapped in a poem and you have to deal with your own emotions, your own feelings, your own thoughts.
70s. What's up, buddy?
Hey, Boosh!
And Boosh. Hey, Boosh McFadden and the great That 70s Rock fan, buddy. What's up? Good to see you.
Hey, Kamloops! Although you're not Kamloops anymore. Now you're Alberta, baby.
Now he's 70s loops.
Good
night, Sean.
A little closer to me now.
Take it easy,
Night,
Sean.
Sean.
Good night,
Great to
Sean.
see you there, buddy.
No, I was saying that the plot of this feels like it could be like I mean, without seeing it, obviously, but I'm just saying on the surface, that type of plot with those twists and turns seem like it could be like an hour. It's hard. It seems like hard sci-fi to me, but then you're saying it's throwing in this punk aesthetic or this surreal aesthetic. So yeah, it looks really interesting. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So yeah, it's very much like, yeah, it's just something that is extremely, extremely special and very beautiful, very cerebral, very arty. This is very high art. This is not lowbrow. This is very highbrow, and it's quite profound in its messaging. And so there's a lot can be gleaned from this. But I do find it to very much be that sort of Shel Silverstein experience, only for adults. And then all of the trappings, I see it as this sort of Pink Floyd experience because of the creatures and the extraterrestrial life and just the trappings around you. But it doesn't feel cartoonish. It's quite odd. I literally feel like I went down to Little France and I went into like the art gallery, and these were a series of beautiful drawings on the walls, and you're experiencing it as a series of drawings. It's that beautiful. So this is something otherworldly. It is absolutely beautiful, and every science fiction fan should watch this. And I think every science fiction fan should also own the book. And when I find a good translation, I will tell you all immediately.
I know.
Is it in public domain or is it?
No. Yes, it is actually the movie. Yes, I think. I'm fairly sure, but because it's on YouTube. But I haven't seen this. It's a broken record, but I haven't seen this since the '80s. It used to be on Night Flight all the time, so I've seen it, and it is excellent, and it's crazy. By the way, Boosh McFadden says, "No offense to the rest of you, but '70s on Talks Tuesday is for the Bond films is the highlight for me." Well, you know what? He's everybody's highlight because that '70s is just the coolest dude ever, and. Got the new Blu-ray of them. Oh, I saw that Abominable Snowman came out. Cool. How's the animation on that? Anyway, but yeah, no, number one, it's amazing. So that's two so far that I've actually seen.
Yeah, and I can't even articulate how beautiful I think this is.
It was censored. Yeah.
I have to get this book, and I have to go through it line by line, experiencing it again, and just to be able to register everything that is being said and all of the ideas, the philosophy that is being presented and massaged here. And so it's quite wonderful. I will definitely be rewatching it, and this jumps to the very top of the best in science fiction, celluloid that I have seen. It's just very beautiful, very trippy, very beautiful, just really, really beautiful.
Excellent. There you go.
Yeah, Hunger Boys a great comment. Yeah, it's Yellow Submarine for hard sci-fi fans. So that sounds like a good.
That's actually a very very accurate depiction. But this is not something that's just visual, and you have to be quite careful there, because the dialogue, what's happening, and the implications of what's being said and what's being done and what's being shown, are quite they're quite profound. And so it's a feast for the senses, and your eyes are trying to catch up, and you're trying to process everything. And it's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. I could watch this a million times. It's absolutely beyond beautiful. And that's it.
Sounds
There you
amazing.
go. Excellent. No, one more.
I don't even want to stop talking about it. I need to get that book. I've been
Oh
looking.
my!
Okay, so
Yeah, you were right, hungry boy. Hey, Oliver Belamonte, good to see you.
hey, Oliver
Oliver.
Belamonte. Okay, so the last, like I said, that's like so the Wild Planet, or the Savage Planet, that is, not only is that a 10 out of 10, but it will definitely like make it into your top 20 science fiction. Any self-respecting science
love
fiction
this.
person would put that like right at the top of the list. It's incredible. You have to watch it. I don't even want to stop talking about it.
Well,
But
you have to,
moving
because
on.
we have some more Ray Harryhausen goodness here.
We do. So this was Wednesday night. Wednesday night was what? Wine and chocolate? I think we did wine and chocolate. It is Earth versus the Flying Saucers. Oh
Who won?
my goodness. So I'm going to read a bit from Wikipedia to bring everybody up to speed in case you haven't seen it or you don't know anything about it. So let's give her, as they say here in Canada. Earth versus the Flying Saucers, also known as Invasion of the Flying Saucers and Flying Saucers from Outer Space, is a 1956 American science fiction film by Columbia Pictures. It was produced by Charles H. Schneer, directed by Fred F. Sears, and stars Hugh Marlowe and Joan Taylor. The stop-motion animation special effects were created by Ray Harryhausen.
You can't say it. You got to say the great.
Okay, the
Ray
great
Harryhausen.
Ray Harryhausen.
Das Wolfen.
Das Wolfen.
Das
Hey there.
Wolfen.
The storyline was suggested by the best-selling 1953 non-fiction book Flying Saucers from Outer Space.
Snail Messiah.
Hello, Snail!
Snail.
The film was released as a double feature with The Werewolf. And here's a bit of the plot. Sorry, everyone. The Wikipedia reading is pretty rough tonight. Very oddly constructed sentences, poor, lots of typographical infelicities, and also cold read. And it combines to create... Scientist Dr.
Zero on the grammar police. Sorry to interrupt you.
Scientist Dr. Russell Marvin and his new bride Carol are driving to work when a flying saucer appears overhead. With no proof of the encounter other than the tape recording of the ship's sound, Dr. Marvin is hesitant to notify his superiors. He's in charge of Project Skyhook, an American space program that has already launched 10 research satellites into orbit. General Hanley, Carol's father, informs Marvin that many of the satellites have since fallen back to Earth. Marvin admits that he has lost contact with all of them and privately suspects alien involvement. The Marvins then witness the 11th falling from the sky shortly after launch. When a saucer lands at Skyhook the next day, a group of aliens in metallic suits exit, and the infantry guards open fire, killing one alien, while others and the saucer are protected by a force field. The aliens proceed to kill everyone at the facility but the Marvins. General Hanley is captured and taken away in a saucer. Too late, Russell discovers and decodes a message on his tape recorder. The aliens wanted to meet with Dr. Martin and land in peace in Skyhook for that purpose, but they were instead met with violence. Wow, the people who write for Wikipedia should really not write. Anyway, that's all, like, just ridiculous. So that's all I'm going to say from the Wikipedia page about this movie.
Matthew Pounder, hey.
So now, Matthew Pounder! And he says, classic, love this one. Matthew Pounder, I love this one as well. I'm going to throw it over to the boss before I give my rating and talk a little bit about the film, because I just want to ask, Captain, my captain, have you seen this? And Mark, have you seen this?
Oh yeah, I've seen this one, yeah, many times. Yeah,
this is I mean, it has been a little while, but like always with these movies. But yes, I can't remember, I don't know how many times I watched it over and over again in the 70s on Dr. Shock, and then in the 80s, and I think I had a VHS of it. I got to try to find the DVD of this, but it's Harryhausen, and it's just extraordinary work. And there's some who even say that this is, hope they don't take it as an insult, but the movie Independence Day is sort of a remake of this. Yeah,
I was just gonna say that. Yeah, it's the first Independence Day. So saucers are smashing into the Capitol, the Washington Monument. It was really apocalyptic. But special effects for back then were just wild. Just amazing. So there's a big influence on the sci-fi genre.
Certainly, and we see this in Star Trek. Indeed. This idea where tapes are sent and they have to be dialed up or dialed down in speed in order to be comprehensible. And I thoroughly enjoyed that part of it. And you see its influence from this 1953 book. You see its influence spread wide through the 1950s and the 1960s. And, obviously thereafter, since we see a lot of repetition thereafter, but really, really exciting and inspiring film. I really enjoyed it.
Indeed. Was it better than Bubba Hotep, dude?
Hey, Kate, I just won't said her last name. I just won't said your last name. Sorry, honey. How are you, baby?
Katie Dax. Hey there, beautiful.
Merry Christmas, cutie patootie.
Well, Katie, am I to understand that Earth versus flying saucers? It's classic, hey.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Maybe she just So I hope you're doing well, Katie. We love seeing you here. Hope you having some doing well at school and getting ready for Christmas.
Yeah, and your production. How is your production? Of course,
yes.
As some of you may or may not know, Katie is a ballerina. She's in university, and she had a major production recently. How did the production go? I bet, perfectly. And please let your mom know that we said hello, and we wish you a very Merry Christmas,
yes,
beautiful, beautiful lady.
Yes, indeed. It's great to see you.
Hope you get a lot of Voyager ornaments for Christmas.
Yeah.
Oh no, Dave G Sound. You know what, honey? You go and sleep.
Have a good one, bud.
I'm so happy that you were here, honey, and I hope you're on the mend. I'm sending you a soft hug. Please take care of yourself. I'm thinking of you, sweetie. Good night.
Good night. Yep.
Indeed.
Okay, so this film is sensational. I thought that it, like I said, it was seminal. We see that many different types of science fiction authors have come to this this beautiful 1953 book come film, 1956 film for ideas, because this is just chock full of science fiction ideas, and it is science fiction. It's not science fantasy. It's dealing with that mechanism of pure science fiction, and it is so much fun. Oh, what's this? Chris Persia. Good night, everyone. Going to get some rest before the chat just jumped. Before getting up to scrape and salt the sidewalks with pet-friendly melter before the kiddos on the street go to school. Chris Persia, I love you. Good night.
Good night, buddy. Have a good one.
Bye, Chris. Thank you.
Oh, Katie says the production went well, per usual. 14 is less than 2 weeks. Very tired now, and only one final due tomorrow. Good. They're behind you, right? And then you get a nice little break. Really looking forward to Christmas. Been watching some darling oldies. Good. And did you hear what Mark said earlier? He said he hopes you get lots and lots and lots of Voyager ornaments. And Katie says, I haven't seen this one, but I really like old science fiction movies. The Time Machine is one of my favorites.
One of mine too. One of mine as well.
H.G.
Love that movie.
Yeah. So this movie is absolutely fabulous. I highly recommend it. This one for me, this is going to be a 9 out of 10. I think any self-respecting science fiction person should be watching this. It is absolutely delightful. You'll watch it again and again. Really, really great effects, really wonderful ideas, chock full of science, chock full of really horrible drama. That, you know, there's some moments where you feel truly sick to your stomach about what has happened, especially to General Hanley. I felt terrible, felt really bad. I didn't think that was what was going to happen to him, and I'm not the biggest fan of Carol.
I knew he was. Hungry Boy mentioned it earlier. No Carol, huh? Now I'm afraid Mark and I are going to have to probably pull guy rank on you once again to get a look at Carol.
Go ahead.
Go for it.
You know, okay, this is why. Can I just say why first?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Your husband is a scientist. Okay? Some aliens come to him, first contact. They say, "Hey, look, dude, we need to meet you on the beach. Otherwise, we're going to wipe out all of civilization."
Right.
And he says, "Okay, I'll meet you on the beach." And then he goes to meet the aliens on the beach, and his wife tells on him.
Tells
Oh,
who?
no.
Yeah, he got in trouble. He could have
Tells
wound
who?
up in the stockade. He could have been court-martialed. He could have been shot dead on the beach. Anything could have happened. Why did she tell on him?
But it's been so long since I've seen her. I need to see her again to see if she can be
She's
absolved.
a rat fink.
She
and
could
what's
be absolved
really
of her
bad
fink.
is that her husband was in the right, and he was trying to save the world. And rat fink Carol goes and gets him in trouble. Everyone could have been killed because of her.
Yeah, but the important thing is her hotness. So I need to see a picture of her again to see.
No, she's a rat fink
Mark's pulling it up.
I'm pulling it
Yes,
up.
but is she good? Because it's been a while since I've seen her, to be honest. So let's make sure that she's see if she can be absolved of this crime.
Well, I think the previous actress that we're talking about is a little cuter, but that's just my
right. She could get away with it. Everyone could get away with anything.
She's devastatingly gorgeous.
Yeah, so
this
lady is cute, more cute.
Okay, but no, I think she needs to pay for her crimes. I mean,
no, you need to see her young, like she is in the film.
That's right. That is one, isn't it?
No, that's her old.
Pretty...
You need to see her young.
Well,
she's devastatingly
that looks
beautiful.
Good.
But she's also a rat fink.
Yeah.
Oh, and looking like this, yeah, she can get away with anything.
Yeah, cutie patootie.
That's right. Snail Messiah. That's right. The important thing is her hotness.
Look
oh
at
my.
that.
Oh yeah, she can get away with it.
Devastatingly gorgeous.
Yeah,
but
I like the previous actress better, but yeah.
Almost everyone on the
old.
whole planet could have died because she's a rat fink snitch.
She's a hot
and
rat
what's
fink.
worse is that her husband was a good man who was a hero who was trying to save the world, and she stuck her nose in where it didn't belong. She could have got him in trouble. She could have got him killed. And she could have wiped out all of humanity, wiped out the entire planet of Earth because she's a rat fink snitch.
But she's a hot rat fink snitch.
No, rat fink snitch.
All right, I volunteer to apply any punishment necessary.
Okay, Carol, you're cute. I love you, Carol, but you're a rat fink snitch. Shin kicks.
And if anyone wants an Earth versus the Flying Saucers model kit, out of stock.
What?
Won't need smack rolls. Yep. It says out of stock, but I'll put it in the chat anyway.
Oh, what? I need.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
That's so cool. Wow.
That's cool. Yeah.
Nice.
Cute. Yeah.
You're enabling. You
enabling. Mm-hmm. That's a $20 enabling. And look, it comes with a pizza.
It's out, so you can't even get it.
Yeah, Katie. She was channeling Keiko.
Katie, what are you trying to stir her up some more?
I love you,
get her
Katie.
I love you, Katie.
I love Katie. I love you so much. I miss you. It's so good to have you here. Yeah, she's a rat fink, and she could have cost her husband his life. When your husband is trying to do the right thing, you back your husband. You don't tattletale on him to your dad or to anyone else.
Yeah.
I agree. Unless she was like Christina Hendricks, then she'd be able to get away with it. But this one,
Christina Hendricks would not do that.
I'm just saying, if she looked like that, she could get away with it. That's all I'm saying.
I know, but Christina Hendricks, she's a real redhead, so she's got some Irish Scot in there. She wouldn't rat fink her husband.
That's
When
a
you're
bad call.
the only time you rat fink your
Hey,
husband
Linzer.
is when your husband is doing the wrong thing. But when your
I was
husband's doing the right thing,
It's with another lady or
Hey,
something.
Linzer,
Yeah.
what's up? Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
yes, Hungry Boy said, look, Raquel was fine with Carol until the tattling. What did I say about her? I said devastatingly gorgeous.
Right.
Then
Beautiful.
he
Yeah,
says, then no mercy. Yeah,
Oh,
no
no.
mercy.
Well, blame the writers. It's a fair call.
Carol.
That was
Carol.
pretty crappy, Carol.
Oh, she was on The Rifleman too. Wow.
Yeah,
Oh, cool.
she's
been
ridiculously
yeah.
hot.
Yeah,
So-
probably. Yeah.
Basically, he needs to divorce her.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I understand. I guess I can get that. Yeah, I'm with you.
And what's worse is he completely forgives her.
Oh, well, you know.
Like he doesn't even say anything to her. He's like the typical 1953 man. He takes her in a very, very romantic embrace and says, you know, like, I love you with all of my heart. You're my life, and you know, you're my everything. And then gives her a very passionate kiss. And I was like, you.
Well,
Dummy.
he probably did say under his breath, "You're lucky you're so damn hot."
Carol, you're a rat fink snitch.
But I love you anyway, Carol.
Yep. So all in all, I will show those pictures again. So first we had First Men in the Moon. This is a sensational movie. 8.5 out of 10. You need to watch this. So good, so good. You'll be cheering for the protagonists to die because they're horrible, awful people. Then we have one of the greatest things ever made in all of science fiction, The Savage Planet, The Wild Planet. I forget what the Americans call it, Fantastic Planet or whatever. That's not what it is. Buy this book, buy this film, watch it over and over again. It's beautiful. It's like grown-up Shel Silverstein does a Pink Floyd video. It's amaze. And then we have Earth versus the Flying Saucers, a feast for the eyes, excellent storytelling, delish. So we had an 8.5 out of 10, a 10 out of 10. If I could give it a 50 out of 10, I would. And then for this one, I'm going to say 9.5 out of 10, 9.5 out of 10. And that completes my segment of me hanging out with one of my buds, one of my best buds, just me and HB hanging out doing the late night movie thing because nobody else wants to watch the movies I like except for my friends. So here we are.
Have you seen the movie Santa Claus Conquers the Martians?
No, I have not.
Don't let Hungry Boy talk you into watching that one. Just
Don't like that. Yeah.
Okay.
unless it's riff tracks. Of course, you don't like riff tracks, so but I'm just saying they're the only ones who can make it tolerable.
What movie we were watching that was in?
Ad.
We're just recently watching that, and they had that playing in the background.
It was on the Guardians of the Galaxy.
The special.
Holiday special thingy.
Thank you. Much better memory than mine. So I couldn't even remember that.
Hey, did you see my model, Mark?
You're what?
Did you see my model?
Which model?
I did a model and a puzzle.
And you take the con number one while I go get medicine.
No, I didn't see it. No.
You didn't see it?
It was on the Twitterverse?
Look, yes, I put it on the Twitterverse, but I have pictures here. Look.
Number one, you take the con while I get medicine.
I saw that. No, I saw that. I thought you said the Orville.
Yeah, no. I built Starry Night. It was so much fun. And
that's amazing.
You even build a key tool for it for sizing.
You guys,
don't you realize? So you'll be right back.
I gotta get medicine, okay?
Go ahead, honey.
Yep. Yeah, but you do realize that the Earth is actually flat, and this model is totally fake. This is Galileo garbage. He's a propagandist.
I'm gonna rover you. I'm gonna look.
That's
it. I'm gonna
with a flat rover, not a round rover.
How
many hours did this take?
Oh, just a couple. I got through it really quickly.
A couple of hours? That looks like a whole day thing.
Yeah, well, I really like puzzles.
Well, you must be good at them because I'd be putting the wrong piece, get it all together, and then have to take it apart again.
No, you know what I'm saving myself for, where I'm worried about that is when you and I do the Enterprise
Oh yeah, we got to do
from
that.
that
Yeah, over the
Metalworks,
holidays.
because
Yeah, we'll do
I
that.
have read from other puzzle people that like the same puzzle model stuff that I like.
Really tough to do, right?
Yeah, and I've heard from people who are at the same level that I'm at as far as puzzles and puzzle model people, that it is really difficult. You cut your hands. It's not easy to put together. It's not the easiest assembly, and it's more puzzle than model. So I'm excited to do it, and I
Yeah, that'll
bought
be
you
fun,
one, and
yeah.
I sent it to you for what? For your birthday or Christmas? I forgot.
Yeah, it was a while ago. Yeah, I'm delinquent. Yep. I got
Forever
all
and
these
ever.
projects going, but
we need
no,
to
and I
do
did get a
that.
new magnifying glass so I can see, since my eyes get worse. So, or I've got spectacles that you could wear with magnifiers, so you can help to do my models and stuff. Because no one told me when I was a kid that someday it'd be much tougher to do these things.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, when I retire, I'm gonna make all my models and paint all my D&D figures, and then you can't see and your hands get shakier.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, for sure. So we need to do that, and I want to do that on your channel.
Sure, yeah, that'll be fun to do.
But
Yep.
we have to sit down and we have
I'll
to
sit
get that
down
done, because it's
and I
just
also
so
want
much
to
fun.
do I also want to set up Hungry Boy talking about the art for your book, and maybe have you on, like, do a segment with Hungry
Oh,
Boy and a segment with you on your book too.
well,
I've been
I
thinking
can
about
definitely tell you that Hungry Boy and I would be honored to do that. We could do that separately, or we could do that
yeah.
together. But that would be a huge honor, and thank you so much for the invitation. That
Something
means the
came
world
in the
to me.
mail today too, so I'll show
What?
it later. I can't say
What?
it's a surprise. Came into my
Oh.
well, I want Mike to be here, so I'll
Okay,
show you what
okay.
came in.
But yeah, we have to do that. What's it called again? That stuff that I bought. What is it called again?
Well, they're the metal.
Mechanoworks?
I have it right
No,
on my desk.
Metal Works. What's it called again?
I'm grabbing it. I'm grabbing it right now because it's right there on my things to do. Metal Earth.
Metal Earth, that's it.
Yep, and it's the U.S. Enterprise steel model kit.
Can
No
you
glue required.
show
I will show it in a second.
how
Yep.
about from off of Google so that people can like
Yeah.
see? I don't really want you using Google.
Oh, do you have do you want to explain how you did that puzzle, or you had
No, that's
that was an amazing
straightforward puzzle.
Well, that looked pretty complicated to me.
I
That
know.
looked pretty in depth.
That's what
I
everyone
mean,
says,
don't
but
sell yourself short.
it's
Oh,
pretty easy puzzle.
my son is locked out, so I have to go get him. He's at the front door. I shall be
Oh,
right back. I'm
okay,
sorry.
I'm here alone.
You're alone.
I'm alone. No, I'm not gonna cry. I'm not gonna cry. I'm going to read some. Boss,
I'm here with. I'm back.
Boss, you have the greatest time in Captain My Captain. I love you.
The whole time I'm gone, I make sure I listen to y'all in case something happens. You also.
Mark had to go let his son in.
I got you. So
JT Kirk says, Mark D with the C, Raquel, those things are difficult as HE double hockey sticks to do. You really want some good metal tools and some gauges to make the round sections, or else I've ruined a dozen of these things. JT Kirk, that's what I heard. That's why I bought it, is because everyone who I know who does the same sort of model puzzles that I like to do, they told me that this is supposed to be like, this is the Everest. It's tiny. It's difficult to work with. The materials are difficult to work with. Very difficult to assemble. And I've heard mixed reviews on the instructions. So we'll see how it goes. I do want to do it with Mark on air.
Oh, I'm back. Sorry.
And I think Mark and I will have a great time doing that together. We've been talking about this since the Global Geek Gang. So JT Kirk, I hope you will tune in and give us tips when we do that together, because we're going to need you, honey.
Yes.
So my son just came back home, and he's got a bag of McDonald's, French fries and burgers. I'm like, can I have 2 fries? I'm like, dude, you went to McDonald's to get me.
You can eat while we're on. I've been doing.
No, he didn't get me anything.
What?
He just gave me 2 French fries, and that's it.
Yeah, JT Kirk, I'm glad that you will be there with us, because I've heard the difficulty is right up there, and we'll definitely need your expertise, because even in the YouTube videos that I've watched on people talking about assembling them, they really talk about that trial and error. So Mark and I will definitely need you, and thank you for volunteering. We love you, and we'll let you know when we're going to do that, and we hope you'll be there.
That'd be a fun one during the holidays. So yes, let me.
Yeah.
I was just going to show that. Well, I had.
Yeah,
I got-
let's show everyone what we're talking about because people are probably like, "What the heck?"
What you got up in here?
And then the worst is getting like 3 or 4 French fries, and now one of them. Like,
You didn't get a burger?
no, I don't need
Why?
a burger. But yeah, he just
You
came
don't?
back
I need
home.
one.
Like he didn't tell me he was going out. You know, he came back from his friends and he brought home McDonald's on the way back.
100%
No,
going
we
for a
tried some
burger right after this.
Experimental burgers tonight that were horrible. So now I want a real one.
It wasn't one of those plant-based things.
No,
I
no,
hope.
no. It was
Ew, gross.
At Rouse's, the supermarket, it was the only one they had left last night when my son asked me what I wanted. And, you know, for us, and they have they come with their burgers. They're already folded into burgers, you know, and they've got
Oh, okay.
little bits of bacon and cheddar cheese in them. It's all he had, so I thought, hey, we'll try. Maybe that'll be good. But the
Sounds
meat's-
good though.
it's terrible.
That sounds
though.
good. It didn't
Yeah,
taste
maybe it
good.
could be good in theory. It just this wasn't good.
Interesting.
And I was so hungry, I ate 2 of them anyway. It was like, ugh.
So
There you
yeah,
go.
so I think this is made out of 2 sheets
Yeah, I'll show the
of metal, and
instructions in a
so
second.
it's perforated metal. But if it's only 2 sheets, and I think it is just 2 sheets, you can understand just how intricate and delicate the work will be.
Yeah, because you could mess it up pretty easily too.
Mhm.
I think.
Yeah, you sure can. Yeah.
Scroll through it.
But it's gorgeous.
Glinder says the price for opening the front door while it's raining out should be 1 Big Mac. Yeah.
It's a fair call.
I agree. That's actually what I'm going to go get as soon as we're done this show.
A Big Mac?
Yeah, I need a Big Mac with
I've
extra
never had a Big
cheese
Mac.
and extra sauce.
I've never had one of those.
You've
They're
never had
good.
Big Mac?
What I do
Never.
is I sometimes I get a double Big Mac with extra cheese and extra sauce, and then what I do is I take off the top patty or the top bun and I throw it away, and I use the middle bun and I just flip it over, and then I eat it
Weird.
like a cheeseburger.
That's weird.
No,
You don't
more
like
meat,
the idea
less
of a Big Mac?
bun.
Put Clever
Like
times or
what do they put on there?
special
2
sauce,
all-beef
lettuce.
patties, special sauce, lettuce,
Sauce,
cheese,
lettuce,
pickles,
tomato.
onions
Yeah.
on a sesame seed
So they
bun.
put lettuce.
There we go.
I guess I could take the lettuce off. It's
You
never thought of it.
can. I'm telling
They're
you.
better. I'd rather order a Baconzilla at Checkers.
Oh, JT Kirk says that, oh, that's why they think I'm weird. He says double Big
What?
Macs are a Canadian thing. We can't really get those in the US. Well, you can,
Oh, we
but
can't?
the idiots look at you weird. Yeah, that's the way I love them, JT Kirk. And here we actually have something called the big double Big Mac. And so
The
it's
big
like,
double Big Mac.
it's a big one and it's double.
Wow. I didn't know
That's like
that.
a
I'd rather
quad Big Mac.
Whataburger's better, and so is Checkers.
Yeah. Well, of course. Katie's like, I don't like fast food. Yeah, of course the ballerina's like,
Of course.
fast food.
Yeah.
How can how could you not like fast food, young lady?
Because she doesn't get any energy
No,
out of it.
I
She's
can
a
understand.
ballerina.
Not eating it because it's not necessarily the best thing to eat, but how can you not love it? Not what? How can you not pass by one of those like Whataburger or something like that or whatever near you and go, I want one of those?
Her body's a machine. She sees food as like fuel.
You're an athlete. Yeah.
Fair
Fair
she's an
enough.
athlete. She would get absolutely nothing out of fast food. It would probably make her
oily.
feel sick. Yeah, she's
It's
like
fair
too
enough.
oily.
Too
Yeah,
oily.
right.
Well, my
I
mom
hear
went
you.
to see the Nutcracker with my wife and daughter, but then one of the ballerinas they know in the show slipped and fell during one of her spins, and they all
Oh,
felt so bad for her. Yeah.
Well, this
But I'm
looks
like,
like
don't-
meet
hard.
tonight.
This looks easy.
Well, last weekend, yeah, but I mean, stuff happened. But like, there was a friend of friend of a friend, and they were all going to see her, and she felt so bad. But it's
Aw.
like, stuff happens. So,
That's
Damn
terrible.
shame.
but that's
Yeah.
like when you're in the middle of a dance number and you
Of
slip and
production.
fall. But,
Knock on wood. Somebody knock on wood.
No.
but I'm
And
like, yeah, you
this-
go try to do that and see how long
Yeah.
you stay on 2 feet, right? You know?
Oh, yeah.
Mark, this doesn't look hard.
Does to me. I couldn't do it.
Yeah, I think it's like JT Kirk said. I think it's really about like managing the material, because this logistically, like this intellectually doesn't look difficult. It is managing the material. It must be. Here we
Or,
go.
yeah, to find something to bend, yeah, because when you do sheet metal bending,
Mhm.
you have a bending machine, and either you bend at right angles or you have a tube bender. We actually have an old tube bender at work, for big stuff,
Mhm.
big bending, and you put all the templates or the dies or the tooling in to make your bends. It's really an art when you see people make things from scratch.
Mhm.
So yeah, so I guess they're saying, yeah, you need wire cutters and
Yeah.
must be tricky. So it's the kind of thing when you do it twice, probably the second time around,
Yeah.
is a lot easier. So
Mhm.
that'll be a fun.
But it
fun
looks
project. And
straightforward. It looks like an
yeah.
easy assembly, but this really is, I think, about managing the materials. I think the
Yeah.
materials are difficult to wrangle, and continually I hear that among people who model and puzzle. That is their resounding complaint about this. So I'm digging.
Yeah, it's
in,
probably
digging
like JT is saying, you got to have something to manipulate the
yeah.
metal, because it's
Yeah.
if you're just trying to wrap it, it might be so if you had some pipe of that diameter, that might make it a lot easier, because
GT too was
form
saying
it.
something earlier when you left, and it's crucial that I keep hearing with all the people who have used Metal Earth, and that is that you need to have gloves.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because you're gonna zap yourself. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what's a model kit without a few scrapes and bruises?
I
right?
mean,
Yeah.
come on, it's all part of it, right?
Yeah, it makes it feel better when you actually finish it. Yeah, when it's dangerous, right? Yep.
Right.
Yep. Well, thank you for that. Yeah, we'll set that up. Yeah,
we got to do that together. I wanted that to be a
during the
project that we
Christmas.
did together. So many,
That'd be fun.
like
Yeah,
that's like a year
like
ago.
a Saturday or something. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Time flies when you.
I bought that so we could hang out together and do a model, and then it's like
Well,
a
we
year
do get
later.
to hang out at least, though.
What kind of people are we? We're awful,
I don't know.
aren't we?
Yeah, we're horrible.
We're terrible people. Anyway, so that's it.
Wow. What was I going to look for? Okay, I thought we would talk again. Unless you guys had something with something, I kind of wanted. We'll do this a little bit more next week, maybe. But what, you got something, Mark?
Well, I do have something to show in a
Stop,
couple of seconds.
What do you have?
Yeah, no, I'm just
No, go ahead then.
unpackaging. No, just I'll be like 60 seconds to put them on my
I need to know these things.
Okay, rock and roll.
Yes, I'm just telling you. Yeah.
I'll wait for you.
Yeah, I was just gonna say
You could just play Alan Rain for 60 seconds.
Oh, don't, please.
All right, let me see. All right, I definitely not. See, he tried to tell.
No, the Wesley video. Play the Wesley video that I made you when we said farewell to Wesley.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm in trouble.
I hit the wrong button. Oops. Murder burgers. Jeez, what the hell?
I don't know, but I definitely need a cheeseburger now, or at least a Big Mac. Maybe I'll get I don't know. I need a burger.
I could get a Baconzilla.
Yeah.
Those are good. A triple Baconzilla.
Well, as soon as Mark is done, I'm going to drive up and go and get a burger. And I'm going to get fries too. And the fries better be hot, or I'm going to go back through the drive-thru and be like, what is going on?
Wow. You don't mess with the people who mess with your food.
Don't mess with the drive-thru people in the States.
You don't mess with drive-thru people here anyway. I mean, I don't know. No, I mean, be nice if you have to, because they're going to, they're handling your food.
I definitely treat everyone with kindness and really good manners. You never want to mistreat anyone. But I hate it when they give you cold fries.
Well, you remember what Joe Pesci said in it was a casino?
Yeah, we can't say it here, but yeah.
You can't say it here, yeah.
Oh, you mean in Lethal Weapon 3?
At the drive-thru.
Lethal Weapon 2, sorry, yeah. They frick you at the drive-thru.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, so drum roll. Here's what came in the mail today. So.
Okay, what? Oh, no way.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Oh my God, is that a hard copy?
Yeah, it's a hard cover. Yeah.
Oh my God.
I'm not gonna mess around with soft cover. But no, everyone go buy the soft cover too. I'm just kidding, but
it doesn't look too bad. May I please see the spine?
It looks good. Oh, it looks good.
The spine?
Look at this, folks. If someone could put the link in the chat, because I don't have the link anymore because it won't fit. I can't find one that fits in the damn link thingy.
Look at how clean your spine is compared to others. The spines that they're doing, they're not consistent.
Well, yeah. See, the bottom is a little bit higher up. But the way that they construct these, if I open it up, I'm holding the mic with one hand, so let me put it down.
Okay.
I know that format, though. Is there a jacket or no? It's just a regular. No.
Oh, that's
So
why.
it's folded over, so that's why the bleed is there.
Okay.
So that's why it's probably inconsistent by an
It
eighth
is
of an inch.
inconsistent, and it's disappointing. I want everyone to have something beautiful.
Looks good to
Well,
me.
this is, it's a machine, probably low volume machine, I'm
Mm.
guessing that, So the amazing thing is you can get a book out there, self-publish it, and people can see
Yay!
it, and it's a hardcover. And of course, here's the back here.
Thank you,
So, I
Eric.
have a friend who just had a book, another friend who just had a book out.
Oh,
What
look
he
at
was
that.
doing was he was sending out book plates with his signature on it. So I don't know if that's something you'd consider too, because sending a whole book is expensive. But he was signing plates and then sending them to people who, for a fee, like a small fee, who wanted to put it in their book to have like a signed copy.
I don't even want to charge anybody any money. I'll do it for free. Anybody who
Oh,
wants
thanks,
to get
Eric.
hold of me oh, thank you, Eric. I love you, honey.
Thank you, buddy. I'll do that.
Yeah, if anybody wants me to send them like a signed card to put inside of the book or whatever, it'd be my pleasure to do that. I've also sent it digitally, like where I've actually written it out in pen, scanned it
Message, yep.
as an image, and then sent it
Well,
that
that's
way.
nice, yeah. So someone could print it and then
It
paste
doesn't
it
look
on
too
one of the
shabby, hey?
No, that looks great. Yeah, Hungry Boy. Well done.
Look
well
at
done.
that. Can you believe that painting? Oh my
It's very
God.
good. Yeah, it's scary.
He's so good.
So it's got to be nice to see your name in lights here, right? So
Yay!
2 years. It took me 2 years to write that book.
My goodness, it's beautiful.
Thank
And
you,
did you
Bob.
I'm
have
so
some,
proud of you.
and it was not an easy for a while. You had some tough times getting this through, right?
Well
in
done,
terms
hungry
of
boy.
writing,
Yep.
writing temporary writing blocks, and yep.
Yep.
So
Oh, look at the acknowledgments. Oh, please read the acknowledgments.
So you want me to read it, or do you want to
Yeah,
read it?
no, you read it.
Okay. Acknowledgments. My love and thanks to my husband and daughter. Without their encouragement and readership, this volume would not exist. To my professor, mentor, and friend, Dr. David Redall. How do you say? Redall. Thank you for every lecture, for every play, poem, essay, story, epic, and novel, for every tool, for every word, for every laugh. We don't deserve your pedagogical passion and brilliance. And that was a well punctuated sentence too. All the punctuation looks correct to me. Just kidding. many thanks to my fellow caretaker of the Beasties, retired comic book and Games Illustrated Hungry Boy at HB for this collection's cover art. HB's message to the reader is as follows: out of respect for R.M. Briggs' talent and understanding of the true science fiction, I choose to create one last large pull out all the stops piece, paying homage to the 1960s and 70s science fiction and art RM and I adore. The piece is almost entirely acrylics with some gauche accents. My eyes are going.
That's okay. You're doing great.
It's my privilege to thank Andrew Marvell, 1621 to 1678, The Passage, and from the fields of the flowers and plants allure, where nature was most plain and pure. The Mower Against Gardens, lines 3 to 4. This poem is in the public domain. Very
Yay!
nice, very nice.
Thank
Yay.
you.
Nice. Love
Wow. Oh my God. Thank you so much for
So
supporting.
do you have the
my
hard
work.
copy, or
Pardon?
do you have the hard copy, or did you get a
It's
hard
not
copy?
available in my country, and so
What?
one thing that really
Inconceivable.
frightened me and made me feel really weird is that I basically had to count on the 735 Club to get me through this. So there have been people who have been ordering hard copies and knowing that I wasn't even allowed to get a proof to my country. So I have to thank all of my American friends who helped me get this book published without me being able to proof it. Isn't it insane that you publish a book and you don't even get to proof it? So I will never have a copy of the hard copy. It's not sold in my country. It's not available to me. It's not available to Hungry Boy either in Australia.
That's crazy. So you can only print it in the States, the hard copy?
That's right. And no, I think you can also print it in the UK and I think Japan. But
Well, we'll have to rectify that. So
yeah, like I and so this whole time I've been frightened, thinking to myself, I published a book that I didn't get to proof. What if it turns out horrible? Like
That's
in terms of like what's on what page and
yeah, and like
what's on.
yeah,
That's awful.
Yeah, yeah.
And
Because
so-
whenever we
Amazing.
print, and
Brian.
what happens too, oh, go ahead. Yep.
Brian Chrisgal, welcome. Good.
Hey, Brian. Yeah, no, I was gonna say I do a lot of my day job. I did a lot of proofreading and brochures and
Oh yeah.
pamphlets and things. And the crazy thing is you'd miss something because you get so familiar with it. It wasn't until you see it printed sometimes that jars the way your mind perceives the text, because you stare at it on a screen all day, and then once you see it printed, you're like, why didn't I see that mistake or that comma or that extra space? So
Yeah, and it gets worse. Like as you know, I studied publishing in university, and what we always talk about in publishing is fresh eyes. And so the horrible thing about publishing classic episodic fiction, and the fact that publishing houses aren't interested in it, is that I don't have fresh eyes. I'm there and I read. I'm there and I plan the story. I write the story. I copy edit the story. I substantively edit the story. Then I come back and I read it again, and then I proofread it, and then and so you have all these levels of editing that you're doing yourself, and you become blind to it. So even if you're aware, and you could perfectly find it in somebody else's text as an editor, when you're there from the beginning of the process to the very end of it, and you're totally alone with it, and you don't even get to print it out and see it, like what's in front of you right now, it's a pretty scary thing.
it's not easy,
a couple of people have helped me through this, and one person that I have to name, I don't know if he's left the room or not, is JT Kirk. There are Americans who have ordered this book wondering what it was going to look like when they got it, just simply so that they could check it for me and say, look, this is what I saw. And
Thank you, JT.
I love my American friends. You guys have been so supportive of me and have helped me through all of this. And, what can
Appreciate
I say?
it, JT. Thank you so much for that.
Oh, you're still here. Oh, I love you. Thank you so much. And just, it's just been a very weird thing when everywhere you go and you're like, hey, I have these science fiction stories, and people are like, well, we're not interested in that. And they're looking for, they tell you what they're looking for. And I can definitely tell you that they're not looking for me, and they're not looking for my style of storytelling or my genre of storytelling. And that was really heartbreaking for me. So the fact that you all rallied behind me and said, you know what, write the stories, we'll read them. It means the world to me. I love you all very much.
Thank you, Raquel. Yep.
Yeah.
Ditto. So here's the Metal Earth. So it's on my desk.
So,
it's actually
so
on my
proud
desk.
of you there.
Thanks, boss. That means
congratulations.
so much to me. Yay! I'm so happy you got
there.
the Metal Earth. It's kind of scary though when you look at it. It says no glue or solder.
Yeah.
Yikes!
I can use my welder though, right?
That'd be great.
So here's while we got the camera on, and Spidey's happy to have that book next to him. So I figured, I don't know if Katie Carr is still in the house, but here's some of my ornaments that I probably have, like, I don't know, 200, 300 genre ornaments. So I've been doing shorts on them. So here's the Voyager, which is coming up in a few seasons on Saturday Night Star Trek. Let me get the light there. So if Katie's still in the house, hopefully she's got one of these. So this is the old style that you'd plug into the tree and they light up, which is nice because the new ones.
I'm sorry, Admiral Teague. Hey there.
Hey, Admiral.
Hey.
Yeah, the new ones are battery powered, so they're easier to put on the tree. So you push the button and it lights up. But this stays continuously lit up. With
that's very cool.
The nacelles there, which is nice. So that's it doesn't transform though, but that's cool. And what else says Christmas more than Darth Vader? Oh, he's upside down. Luke just destroyed the Death Star, so he's spinning around. So he lights up in his in a ship. So of course that's the Darth Vader X-Wing.
I can't believe the way that painting looks in the background. I cannot believe how talented Hungry Boy is. And I can't believe that he donated that painting. Just that beautiful hand, and I can't believe how vivid the color is. And I'm impressed with the American printing of this hardback. I'm so sorry to derail it, but his work, like Hungry Boy's painting, is remarkable, unbelievable. Anyway, sorry.
No, that's
just the color.
is
like
amazing.
the color is so incredible.
It's great. No, it's beautiful. Yeah, printed. The print is very nice. I have to say the color came out very nice. So this is my. Let's see if I go back here. Luke versus the Wombat. No, wait. Wait, that's not a womp. That's not Wampa. That's so. Here's Luke from Empire.
Do you have Darth Vader?
Nice.
Oh yeah, I have like 4, 5, or 6 Darth Vaders. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So and then here's
Andrew was trying to find one to buy you for Christmas, and I was like, Andy, if we get Mark's got
not a
50,
chance in hell to pick one he doesn't already have.
Right? I know.
Impossible to buy for him.
Yeah, it's impossible to buy
I could
for him.
probably do it.
Yeah.
I bet I could probably pick up something that I know, think of something he doesn't have, but you'd have to be sick like me to be able to do it. Most people couldn't buy him something he doesn't have. I'm confident I could.
But you know you're hardcore when your friend's husband is like,
wow,
should we get impressive. That for him? You know what I mean? So like, so cool.
Anyone remember these?
Oh my goodness!
If you're a kid,
I gotta have that ornament. That's too bad it's from last year. I'd love that. I'd love me some Rock'em Sock'em robots.
And it works.
That was one of our favorite toys as kids. Of course, I know it was 10 times bigger than that, but.
And of course, we played this for hours and hours and hours. Yeah, and I love that the fact that they made this ornament a working ornament.
Adorable. Yeah, Hungry Boy, I can't even deal with you being in the chat. I just can't even deal with it. Like, it's just, I have such intense feelings about your painting and what you did for me there. I love you. You made my dream come true. You reached down to pull another artist up, and I'm never going to forget it. I love you, and thank you. I love your painting, and I hope everyone else loves it too.
That's not an ornament, is it?
Yeah, it's McCoy.
I have a Kirk one like that, but it's not an ornament. It's just got a thing where you. Let me see the bottom, the base. Oh no, it's it's a toy that's like that with that background where you press the bottom on the base and it makes the sound.
Oh, it makes the sound. Yeah.
It's not an ornament though.
It's 1997. Wow, 1997. That must be old.
Wow.
Thank you, Oliver. Thank you, Oliver.
Thank you.
Very kind of you to say that.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
Oliver Belamonte.
Thank you.
Yeah, I used to throw all the stories away, Oliver. And I used to read them to my family, and then I would throw them away. And then my offspring got old enough that at a dinner party, my offspring said, "You're not throwing these away anymore. You're going to publish these." Cool.
So I'm going to put the mic down and watch what this one does.
Computer.
Ah. Oh, neat.
All right. Nice.
Oh, no
Ray
way.
shall go.
Oh, no way.
Cool. Love it.
Got like it's a bat computer, looks like, from the profile.
Oh, cool.
So
it's weird how they picked Ra's al Ghul and a later version of Catwoman. It's cool.
Yeah, what year is
so
this
you think
guy?
You would expect Riddler or
upside down, Mark.
Yeah.
It's upside down, Mark. Put it back up.
There we go.
I can't see. Hold on. 2007. That one is, Mark.
2007. Yeah.
So not as old. Yeah. If anyone wants to try to find it on Fleabay. And of course, I've shown these before.
I love that you call it Fleabay.
The Doctor.
Yeah.
Is an ornament.
Hey, I'm the Doctor. Would you care for a jelly, baby?
So he's going on the tree for the first time this year.
Yeah.
It's very cute.
You may be a doctor, but I'm the Doctor. The definite article, you might say.
Affirmative, Master. You are indeed the affirmative doctor.
Oh, I'm seeing the chat now from a distance. Cal, yeah, don't have the Defiant. They do. I didn't get the Defiant, which is a big faux pas, but it's still, you can still find them. I don't know if that one's that expensive, but some of the ornaments are really tough, and I don't recommend buying any ornaments this time of year. I recommend waiting till January.
Oh, das Wolfen. He says, he says, okay, I'm having trouble keeping my eyes open, so I'm calling it a night. Have a good night, all. Das Wolfen, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for supporting this
Have
channel,
a good one,
for
Das
supporting
Wolfman.
this show, and for keeping us company. We'll talk to you soon.
Good
Take
night.
care, my friend. Wow, this is amazing. This is extraordinary what Hungry Boy says here.
Oh my God.
To be honest, if not, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, oh, okay, I will if you want to.
No.
To be honest,
go ahead.
if not for Raquel and Georgia, I'd not have done a big painting again for the rest of my life. This was the last one and only due to the quality of Raquel's tails.
Oh my God.
Wow.
I don't know what I ever did to deserve
Well
this
said.
person as my friend, but I love you so much, HB.
You're the man. You're the man, Hungry Boy.
That's a
That
very
Romulan
nice
bird
and
of
touching.
prey. Yes.
No, that's a nice bird of prey.
Yes.
The only
Humorous
thing,
story.
I usually don't plug this one in because the lights are on the inside and it's supposed to be cloaked on the tree anyway. So this one kind of disappears on the green tree.
Well, you know what you could do is you could put some photon blasts on the outside of it.
Yeah. Let's see what
Photon torpedo blasts.
Ramalusha.
Oh no, it's upside down, Mark.
Upside down again. Yeah.
Yeah,
Just as I get it focused, it's upside
It's okay,
down.
sweetie.
Snail Messiah.
We're all blind.
That's a bold statement, Snail Messiah.
Go to the other side,
coolest
Mark.
Hallmark.
Coolest ship in sci-fi, says Snail Messiah.
1995.
95.
Yeah.
And I
It's
guess
nice. It's a good ship.
Steven found it on Amazon for $30, so that's good. I think
wow.
it'll find. Yep. So that's very, very, very reasonable. Very reasonable. And my short for the day, I flipped it up. Whoops, sorry, doctor. I fixed this. Oop,
I
don't
get
wanna break
knocked
it again.
down. I get up again. Sorry.
I don't want to break him again. Blade was in a fight with some vampires, so his sword had snapped. So I had to fix the sword today. It's been on my
Did
desk
you
for a while.
3D print a new one or did you fix it?
No, I had the piece. I just glued it. Glued
good,
it. It's not the best.
Oh, okay.
Really, I should have,
But
used
just
the
so you
metal
know,
one.
if you're at home and you're thinking to yourself, how would I fix it? I just want you to know that Mark is a maker. And that means that if you broke something and you want to have it 3D printed, you need a new one. Maybe you need to knock on Mark's door because he does commissions.
Thank you. Yep.
Don't knock on his door, by the way.
So this is the Eagle Moss Marvel line from the early aughts, I think. All the lead figures, or we call them die cast. I don't want to call them lead, but those guys, I have a ton of these.
Cool.
And they came with a really cool magazine / book with them. So
I remember those. I had a couple of
those.
those.
Are really nice. Yeah. And well, these are funny too. I have this train set. I got to do a quick short on these. So it's this is Clobbering Times would love these.
Look, they have a remote control. Wow, that's a cool ornament there. That remote control. I never. That's
M&M's.
Yeah, I'm having an M&M right now. Isn't that astonishing? Let's see here. Plain M&M's only, though. I love it.
I don't know if you can see, but the the girl M&M. Am I allowed to say girl M&M? See your eyebrows going up and down?
Don't gender the M&Ms.
So
don't
see her eyes.
misgender them.
She's flirting. See, I don't know if you guys can, if I zoom in a little bit. Let's see. Watch this as she goes by. She's flirting. So her eyes move.
Flirt.
What a flirt. And then the yellow guy, his arms are supposed to. There you go.
Oh, there you
He
go.
waves at you. And this guy. So that's a silly thing. But I know Clobbering Times loves his Christmas M&Ms. These are Christmas M&Ms. So,
I surely do.
yeah.
Yes, sir.
So we figured you'd get a kick out of that. So let's go back to Raquel's book. We'll keep that.
No, you talked enough about me. I hate talking about myself. Makes me want to crawl in a
Nice. We
hole.
love it.
We'll just leave that as my camera for the last few minutes of the show. Yep.
I'm
there we go.
I cannot tell
Looks
you
good
how
with bones there.
crazy it is to see the book printed so well. Like I'm so happy. I'm just so happy. I can't believe it.
Well, congratulations.
Well,
Yep, that's
Thank you.
pretty nice. Yep.
And I finally got to like see it, thanks to friends like JT Kirk and you and others. It's great. I'm so pleased with how yours turned out. Your spine, it
That's
looks great.
beautiful,
I've
yeah.
seen some irregular bleed lines on the spine, depending upon which Amazon place is fulfilling the orders. So I'm so pleased that yours turned out so well.
No, it came out beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Can't believe that painting, man.
Yeah.
Well,
God, that's a nice painting.
Hungry Boy Ed, he really knocked out of the park with that one. Yeah. And
Mhm.
it's perfect for that sci-fi sci-fi stories too. So that really captures a nice what's the word I'm searching for? The mood or the zeitgeist. Would zeitgeist work? I don't know. You know what I'm trying to say? Like
yes,
it
it'll work.
evokes nice mood.
The tone.
Tone. Yep. There we
The
go.
atmosphere.
That's better. Yep.
It's
Yeah.
incredible. Beautiful. Okay, since we are nearing Christmas, folks, I would ask you all, and you can do more about this next week on our a week from tonight. We'll have our Clubhouse Christmas party, which will be pretty much what we're doing tonight, I guess. The same old thing, but
It's all Christmas this month, right?
it's all Christmas. It's Christmas month, and I'll ask Raquel first. Hey, Lieutenant Crittenden, hello there.
Hey, Lieutenant.
He says, speaking of Christmas, what? Sergeant Schultz highly recommends the wonderful Deep Space Nine video on YouTube. It's a clever parody of Simply Having a Wonderful Christmas Time. Simply having.
Mark
great,
sent
yeah.
that to me a few days
great.
ago.
I haven't seen that, and I'll have to see it. I'll have to watch it.
Well,
I wish we could play that. We can't, but
yeah, we can't play that. But I reposted immediately. I'm like, Mark
That was
Davis.
Nice.
let me see if I can find that link and put it back in the
I'll
chat.
watch it afterwards.
So people can enjoy it. Yep. That's a gooder.
Does anyone have anything that they like to watch every Christmas? Well, for us, it does sort of have to be geek related. But since we'll let Raquel pick something that isn't geek related if she wants, since she doesn't like to be necessarily called a geek. But anyone else, you're all restricted to the rules in the chat or whatever, and Mark too, and myself. It's got to be geek related Christmas. Like, for example, tomorrow night we're going to be reviewing some Christmas Christmas superhero cartoons on Nick's channel. So, Raquel, do you have anything you watch every Christmas? I know that other than the Trek films,
Just
anything
Star
that's
Trek.
Christmassy?
No,
no
just Star
Christmassy
Trek.
stuff?
I mean, Star Trek is Christmas. Star Trek is
Okay, yeah.
also
That's fair.
Easter. Star Trek is also Halloween. Star
Right.
Trek is Thanksgiving. It's really like to the point where like I feel sorry for my family. So what's going to happen is we're going to take down the TOS films, and I'm going to put them in the Blu-ray player, and I'm going to crank it up at least 80 dB, 90 dB. We'll get started there, and we're going to watch them all in order.
What you do on Christmas Day or Eve or whatever? What are you doing? You can't
Just throughout the whole holiday. The minute that we're finished eating and people need to retire to like put on their sweatpants or their pajamas
Because they got to stretch out after.
That's right.
Their pants don't fit anymore from eating so much food, right?
That's right. That's when I pounce. That's when I'm like
one
I
year,
know what we can watch.
One year, one of my relatives sitting at the table and their belt popped after eating Christmas Eve dinner.
Like that's when you strike. That's when you're like, I have a movie we can watch.
You never watch anything else, man. They must, man. So what do they don't say anything? They're the great family.
My family loves me. I'm very
lucky
lucky that I have them. Like I don't know what I would do without them. They're the greatest family ever. My offspring and my husband are the most patient, marvelous people. I don't even want to know me.
Let me tell you something. I think my mom and dad sort of love me, but I can't imagine why. But they would never watch Star Trek on a bet, ever. Not ever. Not ever. Not even like. But yeah, you're talking about all the time, every year. So not even like once in a while, she said, "Look, you guys don't like Star Trek. Well, let's watch it this year. Watch it with me." And then I could see a family member going, "All right, what the hell? We never really watched it." Or maybe once every few years, I'm like, "Okay, we'll watch it with you." I'm talking ever would they ever watch it? But I think they have no reason to like me, so maybe they don't. But yeah, I mean, and my kids or anything like that, I couldn't even. They like Trek. I mean, okay, and they'll watch it. Sometimes my son loves Trek too. That's just one of his all-time favorite movies, and he likes Trek enough. And they'll watch the Doctor Who specials with me. They'll watch certain things here and there, but I can't say there's anything they will. There's nothing I can make them watch every year, probably except Blackadder Christmas Carol. That my son does watch that with me pretty much every year when he can. There are a couple things like that Justice League episode, Comfort and Joy. And it's what's weird though is we've all had these things we like traditionally to watch for Christmas. And I just discovered something that now I will probably watch a lot of Christmases that I've never seen till this year. Well, a couple of years back that happened to me as well. That did either one of you ever see that Christmas Chronicles with Kurt Russell playing Santa Claus?
No.
It's a Netflix movie.
So.
I got to tell you something.
Oh,
it is
the Santa, not the Santa Claus.
Yes.
That's
It's called The Christmas Chronicles. It's got Kurt Russell playing Santa Claus. And if you're a Kurt Russell fan like I am, it's hilarious. He is fantastic. It's a lot of fun. It's very heartwarming. It feels like a 90s, fun 90s Christmas movie, but it's got a great sense of humor. Now, I didn't watch the second one because I heard it got kind of W-worded a little bit. But the first one, Kurt Russell's fantastic. I didn't bother with the second. This is just a couple of years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, it came out. It's a Netflix movie. It's on there. It's fantastic. Blackadder's Christmas Carol, exactly. Blackadder's Hunger Boy says Blackadder's Christmas Carol should be required education. Yeah, I watch it every year, every year. And there are a couple things I watch every year, like the Millennium Christmas episode, Midnight of the Century, almost every other year at least. But some things I just don't miss. And you know what? Now, Raquel, I'll probably go watch Trek 3 or Trek 4 or something. That's very Christmassy this year. I'll probably go watch it. But
no, watch them all in order.
Oh, I don't do that. I've seen them so many times.
I know, but it's so beautiful. Like
can't go out of order.
No, listen. It's like being baptized. If you watch it, it cleanses your soul, and then you can go on with the rest of your year.
Yeah, but I could do that the other points of the year. But at Christmas time, I like to watch Christmas themed things. They're geekness. That's just me. But I hear you. Look, I don't blame you at all. I mean, it's real Trek at its best is comfort food for the soul for me.
It
no
is.
question about it.
Like it's like it recharges my batteries. It's like I feel like maybe I can talk to people after the holidays after I watch it. Like, okay, maybe I'll give humanity one more chance.
Your own turnip, exactly, Younger Boy. Right? So anyway, I was watching as Yona. I just finished, and I was telling Raquel before the beginning of the show. I have what you call binge depression. Right, I'm going through binge depression now today, and that means something. If you binge, not so much if you binge something you already knew. Even that does happen then too. But let's say something you binged for the first time. I'd only seen a few episodes of Eureka back when it first came on, but I didn't watch it all. And now I've just binged all 5 seasons. And I know you're supposed to pace yourself, because you make things go by too fast otherwise.
Yep.
But I don't learn my lesson. I just go one after another. And all of a sudden, I don't think I started this. I haven't started watching this just about maybe 3 weeks ago. And I went through all 5 seasons at breakneck speed, but then I don't have a life or anything. So I told you, Mark and I, we were on your show last week, and we talked about, you were looking at best TV Christmas shows or whatever, right?
Yeah.
We looked at a few lists.
Yeah.
We looked at a few lists. Right. So we looked at a few lists. But anyway, you found this one list, and it had, I just gotten through just a couple days before that, seen the 4th season Christmas episode. Or no, the 3rd season Christmas episode of Eureka, and I told you about it, and it made one of those lists. But what I hadn't seen was the 4th season one. Someone had mentioned it before, but I had not seen it. And you, coincidentally, Mark, when I told you about it, you thought it was talking about that when you accidentally watched the 4th season one. So it just so happens we were talking last night, you just watched that crazy 4th one. Dude, that's amazing. Wow, wasn't that incredible?
Yeah, that was incredible. Yeah, for back.
And it's not even spoilery, so we're not going to be spoilering you, by the way.
Well, we're talking about doing a watch party for that, and maybe my favorite.
No, she can't.
Neither
we could
than
talk
me.
about it and not spoiler, but there's no way it would be spoiler if she watched it.
Are we doing
This
a
is
watch
very-
party?
Yeah, but it's just so minor spoilery.
It would be
No,
spoilery.
no. I want to watch
I don't think
Eureka
it's-
all the way through.
Well, hurry up and get to that episode.
Look,
Well, the problem is that I have my Clubhouse segment that I do with HB.
I'm teasing you.
And then like I don't think I'm
No,
going to
no.
be able to get my family to watch Eureka because I already like imposed myself on them. It's terrible. So like there are some things I have to do on my own, and unfortunately Eureka is something I have to watch on my own.
No, it's fine. And you might not even like it. What I'm saying is this is not spoiler.
Yeah.
Showing these pictures.
Hey,
is not
I like
spoilery.
Eureka.
Yeah.
I'm like halfway through the first season.
No, but I'm saying,
just saying,
like watching that.
to watch it, it would still there's
Very
enough to be
spoilery.
spoilery. Even though the episode has nothing to do with anything. So I just
Well,
but these
I guess
pictures
some
aren't.
character points, but yeah, if you have a
Yeah,
bad
but
Why are
memory,
you
these
showing
just get it.
pictures? Why is it a cartoon? What the heck's
It's
going
not
on?
spoilery. That's what I'm trying to say. This episode is fantastic. It's hilarious. Hey, you've seen the show enough, I assume, Raquel, to know that crazy things happen in this town.
Yes.
Something so crazy, and they actually they turn into cartoons, all kinds of cartoons in the episode. Let's put it to you like that, and it is hilarious.
It's
and it is
really
so
good
much fun.
stuff, yeah.
Look at Ferguson. He is.
Yeah, Colin Ferguson's fantastic. I really like that guy.
Fine Irishman.
So,
Good job.
without spoiling anything, yeah. I won't show anyone that, but basically, there's an episode where they all get turned into cartoons. And when I heard about it, I didn't know it was the Christmas episode. Someone just said, "How about that cartoon?" When I'm like, "What?"
Yep.
Oh, yeah, but Eureka had Frances Fisher. Yeah, she was pretty. Yeah, she was something on that one. So anyway, still says I'm all in for a watch party. Eureka and Community holiday. And Community holiday episodes. Oh yeah. So the episode before that you didn't watch, Mark, the Christmas one, that was
The
pretty
Christmas
good. But
one, right?
this one,
That's pretty good
this
too.
one,
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, it was pretty good. But
Yeah,
this one, man, it's insane. I mean, the animation is really good. It's like, I know you don't like cartoons, Raquel, but the story is so imaginative. It's so fun.
Well, I like one
It is so
cartoon.
Christmas.
Hungry Boy showed me one cartoon I like.
Fantastic Planet. Savage Planet or whatever.
There you
The
go.
Wild Planet or the Savage Planet, or like
Savage
in
Planet, yeah.
America they call it Fantastic Planet.
The Ameritastic Planet. So
The
yeah, but anyway, that's
Ameritastic Lovey Globby.
that's a great fun episode. And I mean, I was blown away by how much fun it was. And again, Eureka's a lot of fun. It does. I mean, it stretches. It's a stretch sometimes because after the 15 millionth time, you're going, wow, that's the most dangerous town to live in because scientists are crazy and dangerous because they always create all these crazy problems.
We love to break things.
But it's cool though, but in a cool way. And it's fun. I love the whole concept of you've got this regular guy who has a normal IQ, and yet he saves their ass all the time with his practice. He doesn't understand anything they do. But his
But that's
practicality.
realistic. But that's very
Yes, I'm saying.
realistic.
That's what I'm saying. His practicality and his instincts as a cop and as just so often does he say something. We saw in that pilot episode
Mhm.
how they were all looking for that kid and they just didn't think of the most obvious place to look for him. And Jack Carter, being a U.S. Marshal, boom, knew where to look. Colin Ferguson is terrific. And you know what's funny about that guy? They were going to do a 6th season. He was producing it, and something happened. I guess they got cut short. But did you know that he is the Maytag repairman?
What?
Around the time when that show, that's a good gig. I mean, that's a little high-paying
That's a
commercial
very
gig.
yeah.
And he became the Maytag repairman.
Get out.
Which is,
of
I mean, I'm
town.
seeing him on these commercials after I had already seen Eureka way back then, and I'm like, holy,
that's right,
from
yeah.
Eureka, holy shit! I mean, good gig for him, good for him, because now, and when I was looking at his filmography, all he does is silly Hallmark movies now, but guy was really good on there, and they were all I love the whole cast. I mean, they're all really good. They're a good cast of characters. Yes, they
Even
deal with
Wesley?
human drama. I hate him, but that's 4th season. Actually, and here's the thing about it. I told you about that last night. It's almost if I'm not saying this is true. I'm just theorizing, folks. Hear me out. Will Wheaton's stupid face is a recurring character in the last season of the show, or last 2 seasons.
Gross.
Spotty, but you know what's funny
You would
about
have
it
told
is,
me that I wouldn't have started watching it.
no, come on. You watched TNG. Listen, here's
I
what's funny
know.
about that. He's hateable. You hate him. You don't have to like him. In other words, they don't write him where you have to like him. He's worse than Wesley. But it's almost. But let me say, the thing is, they don't write Wes. Let's face it, we don't like Wesley because of the way they made him save the ship and all that stuff. Wesley's not mean to people or like he doesn't treat people like shit or an a-hole. He's just we don't like him because of the way he's written, right? He's a complete shitbag jerk off on the show, and you're like. It's almost like these guys hate Wesley and they put him on the show and they make him the most unlikable character. I'm not a conspiracy kook or anything. I'm just saying it's almost like they wrote him to be hated.
It's good.
Because Wesley, we hate him for a different reason. We hate him because they made him save the ship and all that shit. He was poorly written and all that stuff. In this one, he's actually for what they're telling him to do, he makes. I'll give him the points that he's making himself completely loathsome but he's written that way. I mean, he's not.
But he's like that in real
life. They don't
life
even want
too.
you to like him.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
do you remember that 1990s interview that he gave?
Yes, he's like that in real life.
Like just shortly, I forget the exact date. I don't want to say the date because I don't want to get it wrong because I'm an academic. I like to cite things directly. But he gave that interview where he's like he had this promising acting career that he wanted to leave Star Trek because he didn't want to be one of those people reminiscing and basically like marinating in their own nostalgia at these forgotten people at comic book conventions or whatever, and that he had this exciting movie career ahead of him. And what does he wind up doing? Like a podcast about Star Trek so many years later? Like, get out of town, man.
Sucks.
Like, you got what you deserved. You're a little creepo.
He's a little jerkweed.
Like, and like, just I forget his exact words, but in the interview, he is so patronizing towards the TOSers. Like, he makes it seem as though like they have no life other than the comic book conventions, and like that basically what he's trying to imply, he's heavily implying that like Star Trek ruined their acting careers or whatever. And like, you guys know how I feel about people like this, because every single person who thought they were too good for Star Trek left Star Trek and then did what? Nada. They didn't have anything, including Bing Crosby's niece. None of them did anything. And so that little jerkweed got exactly what he deserved.
No, let me tell you something. You're not far off, Kal-El. He does play himself on Eureka. That's what I'm saying. He's not playing Wesley on there. He's playing himself. The Will Wheaton who acts like a bitch to everybody and pisses people off because he's a snotty little jackass. And he's playing that on the show. And at first I'm like,
he's not acting. He is that in real life too. No, I'm kidding. Kidding.
I know, but what I'm saying is they're writing it that way. So he's doing what they're telling him, right? So I'm almost like, do these guys hate Wesley and they put him on there? Because they were probably told to hire him and they wrote him like a little jerk off. Because he is the biggest annoy. He almost shows nothing. 0 times when you don't want to just beat him to death in every scene he's in. And they're like this 1 or 2 scenes where they try to show that he's almost mildly human, has any kind of human sensibility whatsoever, but it's not very often. Most of the time you're like, yeah, at least, because then you don't have to feel bad. Wesley's a kid in the TNG. He has no excuse now. He was a child back then. And he was doing what he was told to write as an act. Don't get me wrong, I don't like Wheaton, but he was a kid back then doing what he was told to do. So I hate the character of Wesley, but I'm never going to go after a kid. But now he's an adult, and he deserves all the criticism he gets because he's a jerk. In real life, he's a jerk.
A little jerkweed.
If he were a really nice guy, and still, I'd still hate Wesley, and I'd be like, man, that's a shame. He's a good dude. It's a shame the people hate his character and treat him like crap about it.
Yeah,
but
he didn't deserve that any criticism as a kid. Yeah.
He didn't deserve it as a kid. He was a child.
I did misspeak. Yes, Denise Crosby is Bing Crosby's. Like he is her paternal grandfather. The reason why I always get it mixed up is because I always think of. Well, there's a story about an uncle and the Crosbys or whatever. So anyways, that's just like my internal dialogue. But yeah, granddaughter, sorry.
Thank you, Eric K, for the $5 super chat. He says
Doesn't really matter though.
Raquel is like Daisy Ridley complaining about Star Wars. Lol, she would have been a bit player in local theater if not for Star Wars. Yeah, well, yeah, probably so.
And that's and that's so true. Like it's just like they're just so ungrateful. Like imagine being so big for your britches that you feel like this big gig that you scored that it's beneath you. Like, and Crosby, she said some stuff. Like I don't want to get into it because you guys know I like to quote directly and I like to bring up the article and talk about it or whatever. But like she was literally saying that she was dying and that there was no way she actually said that, like that she was dying. Right. And that she wasn't going to be caught dead standing behind the bridge saying "I captain" for the rest of her life. You know, the worst part of that is that the guy that built that bridge, he died building it. It was so beautiful. Wow. He made that by hand.
Anyway. Wow, Andy Masterson. Speaking of makers,
hey, Andy.
Good to see you there, bro. No, yeah, look, I get you. I'm just saying, I never hold it. I mean, look, like for all the bastard we did at Wesley, it was the character I was talking about. When he was a child, hey, nothing. You'll never hear me say things about. But then he grew up. Well, he didn't grow up, but he got older. He became an adult and acted like a turnip head. So that's it. Then he's a jerk off. So now I don't like him. So it's almost like these guys. I mean, they probably didn't have any choice when he got hired, or some of them did. It's almost like, let's make him the most annoying. I mean, the worst. He's worse than Wesley on this show because Wesley was used just so horribly. He's not really. He's almost inconsequential. They almost like they put him there to be hated. But it's kind of funny. I mean, he doesn't take over the show. He's just there to be a little putz. But yeah, it's fun. It's kind of funny actually.
Again, looking for a jerk off.
Yeah,
I mean, he doesn't even have to act. You don't even have to worry about him acting. He just shows up and he's jerk off.
Yep.
And you hear the sad news about Scarlett Johansson this week, how she was forced to be a bombshell actress and
isn't that terrible?
Forced to do those roles.
Oh, so awful.
The user
she became a multimillionaire and they forced her to be an international sex symbol and they forced her to be a multimillionaire. It's awful.
I mean, I heard, did she say that she really wished she was born ugly and with a horrible figure so that she wouldn't have had any of those terrible acting roles?
I just think that it's crazy that they forced her after she said, look, I don't want to be a millionaire. I don't want to be an international sex symbol. I want to be known for my brain.
Yeah, so it was just that feel for her. I mean, it's just here's the article. So just
she's had a rough life, man.
I mean, I just feel so bad for her that she was forced to become a Hollywood star like that and forced in those
Jennifer Lawrence did it first, so there was no point in doing anything after Jennifer Lawrence.
That's right. That's right.
It must have been so horrible to be that good looking, right? I mean,
terrible.
I mean, everyone just hates you, Scarlett. Obviously,
she's knocking Lost in Translation, which really made her career too. I would think.
Kind of put her on the map a little. Well, she was 8-Legged Freaks as a kid, but and then she was in that. That was big as far as
But that was Carrie Werr was the star in that, and Scarlett that was
I love Carrie Werr.
And what's his name, Stripesy, the brother of Wedding Crashers guy. Oh God,
I got
can't remember David. Can't remember his name.
David Arquette's in it. Yeah,
David Arquette. Thank you.
But yeah, she was. I gotta admit, I know she was young, but she was something in Lost in Translation.
Yeah, and Black Widow.
I just want to see her give all the money back. That'd be give all the money back.
Yeah. So so everyone, if you feel like it, maybe send something to Scarlett for Christmas.
What a shame too, because she was so beautiful.
Hey, let's start a GoFundMe for her.
Yeah. Like it's just so ridiculous, and it's so sad that she had to open up her mouth now at this point and say something so foolish and ridiculous. Because up until this point, I thought, here's a woman who has been an action hero. She's done some serious acting. She's beautiful, but she doesn't overplay it. She keeps her private life relatively private. Oh, look we finally have some new Hollywood with dignity. And now here she is. She is terribly, terribly embarrassed by becoming a millionaire, by being known as an international sex symbol and an excellent actress. How awful for her. Don't you feel bad?
You just
I
don't
know I
understand
feel
it.
bad.
You just don't understand the her burdens. You know, you don't
Yeah.
understand what she's going through as in life.
You know,
Poor Scarlett. Scarlett,
I mean, yes,
ridiculous.
I mean you do get typecast, but I mean, you know, most people would, you know, I mean, yeah, you work hard, but you're an actress, and just to make it, even if you're beautiful and talented, doesn't mean you're gonna become a star. So she had, you know, the stars aligned
Lisa.
for her. Hi, Lisa.
Lisa. Hey, Lisa.
So
Good
I
to
think
see
she
you.
said something similar to a few months back, commenting on her
Why?
looks or
Why? Just
I wonder-
don't do that. Like when you're a star, what you're doing is you are becoming the object, the icon for people to aspire to, or to admire and aspire. So there's nothing wrong with young girls thinking that you're beautiful and you're strong and you're an action
Yeah.
hero and you're a serious actress, and there's nothing wrong with them taking you seriously on multiple levels and you making money off of that. The thing that doesn't make sense, where the disconnect happens, is when you A, act like you regret it, and B, that you're embarrassed by it, because nobody
Yeah.
forced you to do any of those movies. Nobody forced you to be a millionaire, and nobody forced you to be famous. If you want to, like, that's the thing I don't understand about these people. I'm an introvert. Okay. I like public speaking, and I like being on the radio, and I like doing podcasts and things like that, because we're talking about topics. I like topics. I like ideas. I like meaty, intelligent conversation with like really engrossing people. I enjoy that. Okay. But how I prefer to communicate with people is through writing, through my books, and through nonfiction, through manuscripts and writing and my political commentary. That's how I do it. Why do these people bitch about being famous when fame is what they want and they get paid millions of dollars to be famous? It doesn't make any sense to me at all, because if you want to be left alone, it's very easy to be left alone. Just don't do crap to become famous.
Yeah, and then the other
Problem
thing is,
solved.
and part of the reason your success in Hollywood, you know, not always, but a big part of it is your looks, right? And if you're gorgeous, and she's gorgeous, you know, that helps you get those roles. I mean, otherwise, you know, different actresses, actors get quirky roles, or they get typecast, you know, a lot of times based on their looks, and you know, doesn't mean you're not going to make it, but it's
Well, I don't know. Look
you know,
at
that's when you're
Gerard Depardieu. He's
yeah.
no you know, a handsome hunk, and he's made plenty of films and lots of money. The thing that I don't like about this is that people are like, "Oh, I'm so beautiful. It's awful." No, it's not. Can't you just be quiet? Can't you just accept with quiet dignity all of the beautiful things that you've been afforded in your life? You're never going to be poor. You're never going to know poverty. You're never going to know, you know, the pain of these things. You know, people aren't going to reject you for your looks. You're beautiful, you're rich, you're famous, and you pretend for a living. Can't you just be grateful? Can't you just have a life of quiet dignity and be grateful? Why? Why?
You just you just don't understand what it feels like to have to be sitting in whichever mansion of hers she's sitting in right now, and giving these interviews like this, or maybe it's on one of her yachts. I don't know, or one of her like big fancy apartments in New York or something. Having the burden of just being famous and everyone thinking she's beautiful and wanting to talk to her and all this kind of stuff, and watching her movies. You just don't know how horrible that is.
Yeah.
You know?
And having so much money that she'll never have to worry about anything or work another day in her life if she doesn't want to. You just can't. And
Like if she wants to be taken seriously, like most of these people quit school in what the Americans call middle school, which which through a little bit of research I've learned is grades 5 through 8. So if you read about these people, many of them quit school in middle school, not even high school. So these are functionally illiterate people. They've never worked a hard day in their life. They pretend for a living. If she really wanted to be respected for her mind, she could go back to university. She could go back to school. She could study neurobiology. She could study neurology. She could study biology. She could, she could study science, social science. She could do something profoundly wonderful with her life. And she has the power to do that because not only does she have the ability, being born, winning the lottery and living in the United States of America, but she's also a multi-millionaire who can do whatever she wants. Have you ever noticed that none of them go back to school and do anything with themselves, but they talk about how brilliant they are? How about Scarlett Johansson? If this somehow should fall into your lap, I want you to know that I have a 4.0 GPA. I grew up in abject poverty. And when I say abject poverty, girlfriend, I mean abject poverty, like total and absolute complete poverty and all the things that are attached to that. I put myself through school and my offspring. I went back to school as an adult. I have a refereed SOI for a doctorate in social science. I am quite desperate for my dissertation funds. That's how I check out my dissertation to make sure that I've written something that's worthwhile. I need $84,000 to do that. Scarlett, why don't you send me that money? And I will go and finish my doctorate. Thank you, Scarlett.
There you go.
Just ask Clobby for my address.
I never heard Clobby once complain about being objectified for his beauty. It is a burden. I try not to complain in public about it. But, and
you know what I'm saying?
Right here. This is
if she's so brilliant, why doesn't she go do something?
This is exactly the disease she has. It's affluenza.
Affluenza. It's true.
Remember when it's absolutely. I remember when Russ used to talk about this. Remember that?
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's when we don't like the term woke, but in terms of just her not her political ideology, but just this group think where you can't be beautiful and pretty and use your sexuality or your good looks anymore. It's frowned upon now so much that even one of the most gorgeous women on the planet, who's a part of it, and she's extremely talented too. She's not only gorgeous, but she's I think a really very good actress, and she's got that charisma, she's got that spark on screen, and she can't. She's no Jennifer Lawrence, but yeah, true. But she came and she's got to come out and say she's got this affluenza to her looks and to her beauty because of this culture we're in now, where you can't even say that and of course it's different becoming I'm the fairest one of all, but she's got to like diminish her past works by saying it was because of her looks.
But what is she capable of beyond what she's already done? Because I don't see this nincompoop doing something that will earn her a Nobel Peace Prize or a Nobel Prize in science. Like, this person is just a nincompoop. Like,
well, she did help get some Egyptians freed a couple years ago, so I'll give her credit for that.
That's great.
From prison. Yeah, so she is done, and she's
the reason why she did that is because she leveraged her fame. The thing I just don't understand these people.
She couldn't have done that without her fame.
You can be great. You can and you can be quiet about it and just have grace. Whatever happened to grace? Like, where you're thankful that you're born beautiful, you're born in the best country in the whole world, you wind up being a famous millionaire, you're adored by billions, literally billions. And this girl, what's worse about all of this is this girl has always starred in beautiful Hollywood blockbusters, and she's talking as if she were a PORN star. And you know, there are
Yeah.
people out there
Yeah.
who really struggle.
Good
And
point.
here she is, you know, making it seem as though all of the projects that she's done are beneath her because they're over sexualized. What? I don't ever remember Scarlett Johansson being in anything that was over sexualized. Why? Because she has parts? Come
Yeah, I
on.
don't think so. I mean, definitely
No.
her looks has helped, but she hasn't been.
It's ridiculous.
You know,
She considers the
turned
Black
18
Widow
when
part
she-
that, which is she's
Give him a
referring to the
break.
Black Widow part, which is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I
So-
watched a newspaper article on, or read a newspaper article on that, and it had a little film that was attached to it. I read it online, and they were talking about how that movie that she was in, it was completely like it was all CGI, and she was inserted into, you know, the green screen for 3 or 4 shots, and the person who
Ghost
was
in the Shell.
attached to the film was extremely upset about the fact that there was no acting and there was no directing or cinematography or anything that this director could do, because it was just all CGI, and then her inserted into a couple of scenes where she's on a motorcycle or she's talking, and there was
think
no
that's Ghost in
actual
the Shell.
filmmaking. Pardon?
Yeah, I think that's Ghost in the Shell. Name of the movie.
So it's just ridiculous to me because she knows what she's doing. But the thing is that she's trying to signal that she wants to be something else. And I don't think she
Right.
does want to be something else. She has all the money and all the power to do whatever she wants, be whatever she wants, and leverage her fame in any direction she wishes. She has everyone at her beck and call. And what is she doing with it? Absolutely nothing. Nothing.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, it's just it's just when it was another. Maybe you should make a movie with Jennifer Lawrence. They can commiserate about how pretty they are and how their good looks have pigeonholed them into all these
really
roles.
ruin their lives.
Yeah. But yeah, I like her work as an actress. I think she's done some really good stuff. But it also, that's the problem with, of course, this is not Twitter or social media, but that's the problem with this kind of stuff too. Sometimes you just wish you couldn't hear the actors and actresses. You just don't want to know these things too, and then it takes you out of your viewing enjoyment sometimes. So that's one of the the great thing about social media is you can get in touch maybe with some of these people, but then it could also be some of the worst things too, where they tweet out or they make ridiculous statements and no recognition. Like Jennifer Lawrence had no clue when she was saying that, and her apology was so half baked that
Was there an apology?
non-apology apology.
I know there was one.
She did, but it was just so weak. Just they don't realize what they're saying when they're saying it. They're in just such a bubble. So
well, the thing is that that's what she feels, and she has so many sycophants around her genuflecting that she gets away with it. But the thing that we need to make popular again is quiet grace, for people to be grateful for what they have and to exist in a space of quiet grace and gratitude. When somebody gives an interview with somebody as beautiful as this young woman and as talented as this young woman, that she simply turns around and says, it's been a nice ride. All my life I've been able to make films. I've been able to fulfill my dream of being an actress, and this feels great, and I am so grateful to all of my fans and to everyone on my team who helps me realize my dreams every day. Why can't somebody say that? Is that so hard to say? Say thank you.
And she grew up in relatively from not very wealthy. She went to PS41 and reading in Greenwichville in Manhattan. Parents divorced when she was 13. Her mom was a bookkeeper and school teacher. So it's or her grandmother, I guess. So not the family was in the arts, but not overly wealthy, I'm sure. But she got her big break, and part of it's because of her looks. I mean, there's no doubt it's because of her looks. So,
Yeah.
It's that's what bugs me. When it's so tone deaf to come out with an article like this. It's like, don't you have a clue of what you're saying here?
Yeah, no,
I
she
mean,
doesn't. They're tone deaf, these people.
They worked Elvis to death.
yeah.
They worked
Match-
Elvis to death.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, and they facilitated with drugs, and just they didn't care. Yeah, he was a piece of meat to them.
Did Elvis ever say that? Did Elvis ever say that he, that he regretted it all, and that he just wished that his fans would, come on, give me a break.
And
Just
Scarlett
ridiculous.
here, she's picking on Lost in Translation, which we mentioned, Girl with the Pearl Earring and Match Point, which were all helped to launch her career. How she was Match Point, but the whole point of that was she was having an affair in that movie. I mean, of course, that's part of the role. I mean, and she did it very, very well. If you had an extremely ugly woman in that role, it really probably wouldn't have worked. It wouldn't have been believable. So, I mean, it's just bonkers.
Oh, Stephen M says, Raquel, there are few and far between, but there are humble people in Hollywood. Stephen M, I don't expect them to be humble, because I think that, like, when you look at the psychology behind what it takes to be a lawyer, or when you look at the psychology of what it takes to be a physician, especially a surgeon, and when you look at the psychology of what it takes to be an actor or an actress, it's a pretty toxic slurry that involves a lot of narcissism. I don't expect them to be humble, but one thing I do expect is that they be trained in grace and gratitude, and when they're in public, to act like stars. I don't understand why in this generation in particular, we see all of this whining and complaining about being rich, famous, powerful, and having a frivolous job that is just, entertaining people. It's nothing serious. There's nothing at stake. And yet they want to seem or they portray themselves to society as though they ought to be leading society. And many of them haven't even finished, what we would in our country, in Canada, is elementary school. Like, if you haven't finished grade 6, that's middle school where you folks are from. But here, that's elementary school. My God, you didn't finish elementary school? Like, I don't know. I liked before when the big, film companies and these big production companies, they had handlers. Handlers would say, look, you can say this, but you can't say this in public. Don't bite the hand that feeds. Don't crap your own bed, whatever you want to throw at it, whatever cliche you want to throw at it. But these people seem to be complete morons about it. And no one's stopping them. And it's, I don't know about how everyone else feels, but I'm sick and effing tired of it.
Could you imagine Grace Kelly giving an interview like
Never.
this? And one of the most gorgeous ladies in all of acting. Of course, she stopped acting and became the Princess of Monaco. But gorgeous. I can't. Grace Kelly would never say anything like that.
No.
Sophia Loren. Could you imagine Sophia Loren?
Yeah.
No.
Imagine Sophia Loren saying, I regret all the parts that I played. They were overly sexual and I deserved more. I could have been more. I could have been great. Give me a break. Shut up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I have stream brain right now, but what's Liza Minnelli's mom's name again?
Yeah.
Oh,
I have stream brain.
Oh, yeah. Judy Garland.
Oh,
Julie Garland. Yeah.
Garland.
Imagine her acting like that. You would never catch her dead. People thought that she was the most beautiful angel ever, and that she sang like an angel, she acted like an angel, that she was like just this wonderful vision, and that she was every. Could you imagine if somebody walked up to her and she said, I hate being beautiful and I wish you would stop loving me because I'm beautiful? Give me a break. No one talks like this. It's just this generation of Hollywood. They're insufferable. And what's worse,
Judy Garland went through hell too, filming The Wizard of Oz, and they put her
totally.
They put her on. It made her lose weight. They put her on, speed, and that probably led
Oh,
to
they
her.
did that to all the
eventually
actors back then. I'm not condoning that, but I'm
lose
not
weight.
talking about that. That's
Yeah,
a
yeah.
completely different argument.
Oh,
What
yeah,
they did
yeah.
to Elvis, completely different argument. What I am saying is that in years past, when people became
Abigail.
multimillionaires and they became famous, they were cognizant of this extreme privilege. And so they showed a modicum of grace and thankfulness for it. And it just seems like these people, no matter what they say or no matter what they do, and they have insane wealth, they're never happy.
Well, that's what I mean about Judy Garland. Even though what she went through, she never really, had said anything, to complain. When she was Dorothy, she didn't complain. I got this role, and look what I've got to go through, and woe was me. It was all private,
Right.
So, or Elizabeth Taylor, right? You can imagine Elizabeth Taylor.
And that's all a valid argument. Let's not change. I do study rhetoric and I do teach rhetoric, so let's not shift the nature of the conversation. That's abuse, and certainly I understand that. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about the nature of Scarlett Johansson's fame, and the nature of her fame, that she is rejecting the nature of her fame, not the conditions of her fame or things she endured, but the nature of her fame with regard to how the public sees her. And that's a very specific conversation where she has behaved badly. She has behaved ungratefully. And she's a bit of a turd. Sorry, I can't think of another word. She's just a poop.
Hello, Abigail. Abigail, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Yeah. Let's see here. It's a couple of super chats. The great Eric K. Thank you so much, buddy. You're too kind. He says, Clubby should show that one outtake of her shaking it and enjoying everyone's gaze, including the director. Yeah, John Favreau. I've seen that. I can't show clips, but I hear you, and I've seen that. That was around when they were making Iron Man 2, Electric Boogaloo.
Yeah.
And then
Hungry Boy says, Jane Mansfield never pulled this crap, and she had an IQ of 160.
She was a smarty. JT Kirk, thank you so much for the super chat. You're too kind, buddy. He says, why does Hollywood and the wokeists have a burning desire to be the first X when they're either highly ignorant or have a hatred for history? Because they're a bunch of dopes is my answer. I mean, I know it's a simplistic one, but a lot of them are just people that live in their... I mean, I don't have a good answer for you, but the best I could come up with is they live in their own little bubbles. They don't understand the real world. They don't live in the real world. Some of them, and they have a very short memory, because many of them, like a lot of people, most people, they didn't come from nowhere. They weren't born in Hollywood. So many of them started in normal circumstances and lived in the real world. And then somehow, some way, they get out there and they lose it. And in terms of lose it, all conception of reality. They just lose their grip on reality, and it's like it's taken away from them. It's like they become Stepford wives, most of them, and they get into that big hive mind, the Hollywood hive mind, and they're told what to think. And a few of them break it. A few of them don't live in that matrix, but so many of them do.
That's I'm reading a lot of people are moving out of Hollywood now to get out of that bubble.
Oh yeah, well,
actresses, yeah.
The great Gary with Nerdrotic talks about this sometimes. How he talks about he's from out there. He moved away from it, but he said he talks to people all the time in the industry, not necessarily like superstars, but although they are like that as well, that constantly are telling him stuff like, "Hey man, look, we understand what you guys are saying. We're right there with you, but we can't say anything because we'll lose our jobs, different things like that." I mean, it's an authoritarian, totalitarian state out there, meaning Hollywood. Hollywood is a dictatorship. Yeah, it is a.
Well, the vibe out there, just being out there for a week, at the end of the week, even I was worried about how I looked. It was like, it's very, I'm generalizing, but it's very, it's nice weather all year and everything's about how you look. And of course, I was laughing about the people complaining to park to the gym. They wanted to take the escalator to the gym, and I saw on the radio complaining because the escalator was broken to the gym.
What?
Wow! It's Ezra Goldstein. Hey,
Ezra. We have some
Ezra.
name dropping in the chat too. When we're talking about grace, we have Ava Gardner, we have Audrey Hepburn, we have Brigitte Bardot. So yeah, people throwing
Wowzers.
out some names of women
Yeah.
who were at large, in charge, rich, famous,
Yes.
and full of grace and gratitude.
And someone earlier mentioned Jimmy Stewart is one of the last decent people. That's right. Jerry Stewart was the best. You're a scurvy little spider, Mr. Potter. Sorry.
Lana Wood and Diamonds Are Forever.
Well, yeah, she was
plenty O'Toole.
I like
That
what
was
Lisa
fun.
said earlier too. It's like, the social media, I think, has changed the tone in which in which we have conversation now, and it seems as though there's this propensity to create this victim conversation. And I think that in social media, because people open themselves up to be criticized, that the minute that they receive any of that criticism, they go into panic mode, or in anticipation of any type of criticism, they start to behave that way. So I agree with Lisa. Definitely social media, I think, is coaxing this out of people. They're learning to use this as a mechanism in social circumstances, and I think it's quite sad, because there's nothing wrong with not being a victim. There's nothing wrong with being grateful and being happy. And no one has a perfect life. Everybody thinks that happiness is something that you're going to catch, like it's some sort of elusive, I don't know, leprechaun or something. One day you're going to find happiness and it's going to be yours. Happiness is made in small, fleeting moments. Happiness is ephemeral. It's something you create when you open your eyes to being grateful for the people who love you, for being grateful of those around you, for the things you have, not constantly thinking about the things you don't have. This is gratitude. And I'm starting to think that we are shifting our culture away from the reality of being thankful and having grace. And I think it's wrong.
Yep. Indeed.
Yeah, it's a shame. Yeah, it's a shame. It's no self-awareness and no true intelligence, I'll have to say, unless some publicist told her to come out and say this, thinking it might help her career. I mean, other than that, it's just, and if she is getting that advice from a publicist, I'm available for hire. I think I could do much better. I mean, that's ridiculous statements to make, and then it diminishes. Now when I go to watch, the great Marvel movies that she was in, I'm watching Avengers, it's going to be in the back of my mind, maybe, when she was that great first female action hero before Jennifer Lawrence. It's going to really, I'm going to be back there. I'm thinking about that. So that's what's part of the shame too, is because she is very talented, and I do like her portrayals for the most part. Even in a crummy movie, she elevates even a movie that's not that good. So it's too bad. It's too bad.
Yeah, she should be ashamed of herself.
Yeah, I agree.
She should be ashamed of herself. I've seen her in movies, and you guys know that I like nerdy, more academic, more cerebral movies, and I've seen her in a couple of movies, and the first thing I thought when I saw her was, wow, not only is she a very talented actress, but isn't she beautiful? And I think that's another thing that's going on in our society that I don't really like, and that's this over sexualization of who we are as people, and these overt expressions of desire. Everyone's talking about what they desire and how they desire it, and their own desirability. And I think that's very weird, because, coming from the way that I was raised, is I look at art, I look at the statue of David, and I don't feel amorous. When I look at, the raft of the Medusa and there's nudity in it, I don't feel amorous. That's quite a violent depiction. These are our containers. And so you can have different types of admiration. They're not all amorous in nature. They're not all driven through sexual or via sexual desire. I think it's very odd. When I saw Audrey Hepburn, I thought, oh my goodness, isn't she beautiful? And if I told her so, I think she would probably call me a ninny. But at the same time, I think it's weird that everything boils down to the male gaze. There are more than just men looking at women in film in a Laura Mulvey way. There are all sorts of people deriving all sorts of images and feelings from what they see on film. You can admire a woman for many reasons, and men as well. And so I think it diminishes us as human beings to constantly focus on this sexual gratification and this idea of desirability, and these outward expressions of our inner desire. I think that there's a peace and a goodness in not doing that to other people, but I think it's over the top. I really do. When you walk into a room full of people who you've never met before in your life, you don't immediately start talking about sexual desire, and you don't immediately start talking about religion, and you don't immediately start talking about politics. It's okay if you don't show everyone every card in your hand. It's all right if you leave some of those cards for yourself, and you may even fold them. You don't have to make it to the river. You don't have to flop all your cards onto the table the minute you walk into the room. It's rather ungraceful, and it's not how you play the game. Life, it should be a beautiful symphony of mixing metaphors here, but beautiful symphony of communication. And I don't understand it. I think Scarlett Johansson's beautiful. That's wrong. Weird.
Now it is. Yeah.
Weird.
She needs to watch that Twilight Zone episode, Eye of the Beholder.
She should. Both, yeah. Well, we'll wrap it up here now by one last bit before we get it, because we've been on for quite some time, and I just want to say a little bit. First of all, again, as we said at the beginning of the program, everyone celebrate. This is 44 years to the day that the great Superman, the movie, taught us all that a man could fly, and he could even fly. He could even fly with a woman. So, yep. So, on a sad note, the big loss to Blake Seven and Doctor Who fans this past weekend. Raquel told me about it the other day. The great Chris Boucher, who, just won't spend too much time on it. I know we're about to get out of here, but suffice it to say, he was, of course, he wrote some, or the classic Doctor Who episode, The Robots of Death, worked on that show. And then, that's where we've been on for almost 4 hours. So, but it's good to see you. Chris Boucher, of course, not only an excellent Doctor Who writer, he is one of my all-time favorite shows, as you all know, is Blake Seven. You know how much I adore it. He is the heart and soul of Blake Seven, really, to me. I think Terry Nation definitely is, conceptualized it and is always credited as the creator. It's called Terry Nation's Blake Seven, which is, definitely true. But the guy behind most of it, in terms of just the, script editor back then meant a lot more. It didn't mean he just edited scripts, but it was like a showrunner type. That's really what that title meant for the BBC. I don't know how it is for everywhere else, but he was kind of like a showrunner, really. And he wrote some of the greater episodes. Again, let's see here. Chris Boucher, if you're a Blake Sevens fan, like I said, wrote some great Doctor Who as well. But let's see here. If you're a Blake Seven fan, I can just tell you this. Chris Boucher wrote, I, of course, as you all know, ranked the Blake Seven episodes. And Chris Boucher wrote my top 4 episodes, and then he wrote my number 9, and my number I think 11. In other words, Chris wrote most of my almost my favorite episodes, and of course he was a script editor in addition to that. And he wrote a whole bunch of episodes. I think I said like his lowest rated episode that I wrote on the list is number 34, and anything that high was still like a 4.5 rating that I gave it. So that's what a good writer he was, how important he was to Blake Seven. Blake Seven is not the brilliant show it is, and that I consider it to be, without Chris Boucher. So thank you, sir.
Yes.
For all you've done. Avon lives, and so will your work. So
Yeah, you can't have those great shows without great writers. So that's the foundation, and then the actors and directors all put it together. But it's nothing without a good story to start with. So
yeah,
so he
absolutely.
wrote some, and
Thank
I
you,
didn't
Donnie.
realize who the writer was. Yeah, going back and then looking at what he wrote, and really enjoyed
Oh, yeah.
watching Blake Sevens. Thank you for
Cool.
telling me that I had to watch it, and I
forced you
appreciate
to.
that. You forced me to, but
Yeah, I love Blake Seven. I wouldn't know about Blake Seven without Clobby.
Well, thank you both for watching it, and thank you all who thank you to Donnie for being here. Appreciate it. What's it? Eric K said Clobby likes Blake Seven. Not someone is now someone to tell me Clobby owned the comic shop. Oh yeah, I guess I mentioned it too much. But that's not going to stop me. So rest in peace, Mr. Boucher. Thanks for what you've done. Really appreciate it. I mean, let's see here. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, no biggie. All right, so everyone, I guess we're going to wrap it up here. Quick show notes. Tomorrow night, I will be on our great buddy Nick Weiser's channel at 8:30 p.m. Central Standard Time for the Nick's Comic Shop Gang. We'll be reviewing some Christmas superhero cartoons, some of the DC animated Christmas shows. We will also, let's see, Thursday, listen to me. Saturday night Star Trek will be here. We will have 4 episodes. This will be our final review show of the year. 4 more episodes of Star Trek Deep Space Nine. So a little bit more of a little taste of Star Trek to end the year with. Then the next 2 following Saturdays, I will be here on Christmas Eve night and New Year's Eve night. If you want to drop by and say hello in the chat. Obviously, everyone's busy doing a lot of stuff. So obviously, if you can't make it, it's understandable. But I will be up here late, especially on New Year's Eve night, which I will count down at least the Central Time Zone, the end of the year. So there's that, and then Monday night, CLOBBERIN Times Clobby's Classic Christmas Comics Review double feature. Starting at 6 p.m. Standard Time, a special with the great J-Man joining me. We will bring you back to the wacky world of Bob Haney. Have a very Bob Haney Xmas with Batman and Plastic Man. Brave and the Bold number 148 review. It is a lot of fun. We had a lot of fun reviewing his last thing we did, and can't wait to do that. And then at the standard time for Monday Night Mark C Comics Talk at 9 p.m. Central, I shall review Superman Peace on Earth, the classic by Alex Ross and Paul Dini, which is going to be fun. And then, of course, I'll be doing all kind of other stuff throughout the course of the week. And a week from tonight, we'll have our I don't know, it'll be the same old show we always do, I guess. If Mark and Raquel can even make it, whether if they can or not, I'll be here. I don't know if they can. We haven't even talked about it, but I'll be here. We'll be here. I'll be here again Wednesday and Thursday night, of course, and even on Tuesday and Thursday nights, I'll be on the Midnight's Edge and all that good stuff. And who knows? So, who knows what else? But so that's kind of the lay of the land. What's going on there? But let's see. Number 1, any final words before we get out of here?
My dogs are upstairs and they're going to be super loud, so I'm going to do this really fast. I'm not ignoring anyone. I want to thank each and every single person who participated in this wonderful conversation this evening. Thank you so much. You guys are wonderful conversationalists. Without you, this isn't a show. You make this a show, and you're all delightful. I enjoyed your company immensely. I want to thank all of our wrenches. I love our wrenches so much. Eric, you're such a sweetheart of a man.
We'll miss you too,
thank you
buddy.
so much. And I want to thank Chris Persia, D. Bud Martin, Phantom Outsider, Hungry Boy, Lord Thoth, even though he's not here. Thank you for being the caretakers of this community and for supporting us, even though you work for the big guys, some of the biggest shows and the biggest channels on YouTube. You come here and you hang out with us and make our community better. You enrich it, you promote it. I love you for it. So does Clobby, so does Mark. So thank you, everyone, each and every one of you. Thank you so much for supporting my book too. Really means a lot to me. I want to thank my friend Mark D with a C. Thank you so much for buying my book, My Wonderful Friend. And thank you so much for inviting Hungry Boy and I on your show. We would be delighted to spend time with you. And I'm so flattered and so honored that you would offer that. At the same time, I do have to say, folks, you know what? Mark is growing his channel. He is such a wonderful, smart, funny, and cool person to hang out with. You know, you really should do yourself a favor. You will not regret it. Go and find Mark on Twitter. Go and find Mark on YouTube and follow him. Go and check out his shows. He is such a sweet person. He's so smart and funny and engaging and interesting. And Clobby and well, all of us spend time over there just shooting the breeze. Really fabulous person. Please support him. And Clobby, I just want to say to you, I love you. You're one of my best friends in the whole world. You're like my big brother. I adore you so much. I could just smooch your whole face. Thank you for creating this space, for bringing us all together to form all of these friendships and to give us this space to talk about all this nerdy and geeky crap that nobody else cares about. Without you, we don't know one another. And I love you for that. I love everything you do on this channel. I can't even believe that I know you. You are just so smart and funny and cool. And I can't believe you let me be on your show. I love you. Thank you.
Oh,
and that's it.
I can't believe you come on a show like this. So we're glad to have you. We love you and we appreciate you.
Who's this Mark guy you're praising so much?
I don't know. Never met him. Any
Hey,
final
he's my friend. I like him.
Any final words from this Mark guy?
This Mark guy that I always blush and dittos Raquel. Yeah,
absolutely
great
right.
rush
Back at you.
Right back at you.
Back at you.
And thank you, Hungry Boy, for saying Sunday Night Geekery is one of the best shows on YouTube. Well, that's so nice of you. Yeah, just and that's because of all my great guests and the people that I hang out with. So if it was just me, it'd probably be super boring. So thank you, Mike, to always being there, and Raquel pops in once in a while
to be there
when she can. I know it's your family night, and it's much earlier there for you. So, but yeah, so I should have Sunday Night Geekery. I might not be able to do it. I'm not sure yet with the holidays, or if I do it, maybe I'll move it back to 11sies. But you know, I'll let everyone know. And yeah, and check the channel. And we're gonna do some of these watch parties with some of the Night of the Meek. Yeah, we have to do Night of the Meek on Twilight Zone. You know, that's one of my all-time favorite Christmas ones. So yeah, check out Twitter and follow me there for some announcements. And happy holidays to everyone. And thanks. That was a really fun stream tonight. Great time. So thanks everyone, and much appreciated.
Yep. Well, I want to thank you all for being here with us tonight. Again, of course, shout out to our fantastic wrench crew. What a bunch of great fellows we have here. Of course, the great bronze wrencher, Eric K. Appreciate you, buddy. The Vindicator wrench of the North, Chris Persia, Deep Bud Martin, the wrench of iron, Hungry Boy, the Claboni wrencher, Lord Thoth. If you hear this one later, brother, Avon lives, long live the Legion, Fanty Outsider,
and Kal-El.
Thank you, buddy.
Kal-El.
Oh, I got him right here. Kal-El.
Yay!
Thank you, buddy, Kal-El. So much. And of course, he's a wrench. He's not here right now. We'll shout him out anyway. Thanks to the great Chris Persia. Maddie's daddy.
Hey, Thorn Vegas.
Yeah. So, and again, I know I'm near the pictures anyway. Apollome's Minion was here tonight. Thank you so much. Love the pupper. I hope you're both doing well.
The pepperoni.
Yeah,
the pepperoni.
Indeedishness. Womp. So who else was here with us tonight? The great J-Man, of course. J-Man, buddy, thank you so much for being here. And of course, the great Decepticon was here. Sean was here, I believe, if I believe it correctly. If I'm remembering right. Jim Largo, thank you for being here with us tonight. Gwagnar. Let's see. Let's roll through these quick.
Gwagnar.
Captain James T. Skywalker. Let's see here. Who else? The great. I already said the great Hungry Boy. Let's say it again. And by the way, anyone lurking or listening on a rewatch, thank you so much. I don't say it enough, but I really do appreciate it. Thank you. I just forget sometimes. I'm so sorry. Out of sight, out of mind type thing. Comic Relief Crusader was here. Let's see. Six was here for a second. I don't know if she is now, but the lovely, beautiful Six. I'm so happy when you do pop in. Pleasant Valley Picker was here. Excuse me. When we get these shout outs done real quick, I promise everybody. As quick as we can anyway. Mr. Angel. Thank you so much, buddy. Let's see. Ba-bop. That's my wait till I get to the next one type music. Music. Calling it music is strong.
Vamping music, yeah.
Yeah, Picasso. Darcipio, you rascal. But we're saying we appreciate you being here anyway. Lemon Pie. Death Ray Atelieri. Atelieri. I can't remember. Oh, just say Death Ray. Trevor, I'm sorry. I'm still not good at saying that word. Sorry. Sorry. Larry. The new member, Larry. Hang on a second, everyone. It takes me a second to. I'm getting there. Don't worry, we're gonna get everybody. This thing jumps on you like boop.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Badass buddy. Hang on. Sorry. All right, we're getting. Don't worry. I have to say something. I have to keep saying something so people think we're on the air. We're getting there, folks. We're getting there. Donnie Pearson, thank you so much for being here. Well, it was a busy chat tonight, guys. I'm sorry. Dr. Hercule Monkey was here. Wow. That was a blast from the past, seeing Dr. Hercule Monkey. Yeah. Absolutely. I hope you're doing well, my friend. He may be gone already, but I still hope he's doing well. Let's see here. I want to say, I already know. I now remember the lovely Lisa is here, by the way. Lisa, thank you so much for being here with us tonight. Trying to name everybody. Fast Bob Culture Republic, thank you. I know I don't have everybody yet, so I'm not going to make the bet yet. And we're not going to play the game just yet. We're getting there. We're getting close to game time. Maddie's daddy. I already mentioned him. That's right. Classic Comics. Brian Hepburn. Thank you for being here with us. They're not always grouped together so easily, you know. Captain Infinity and Beyond was here. I think Snail Messiah was here. I'm pretty sure. Yes.
Yes, Snail was here. Yep.
Snail Messiah, buddy. Okay, we're almost there, folks. Almost there. Stay on target. Almost there. We're too close. They say from behind. Lost Tyree, lost touch. It came from behind. Come on, guys. We're going in full throttle. Learn how to keep those fighters off our back. We should be able to see it by now. I'm sorry. Claude Minimus was here. Taking a dump in the recycling bin. Arsehole was here. I don't know who that is, but taking a dump. Interesting name, and thank you for being here. That's the name. I'm not making it. I wouldn't make something. That's the freaking name.
Are you serious right now?
Yep.
My dogs are barking, and I'm on mute. Otherwise, I would be laughing hysterically.
The only reason I didn't say it is you were talking at the time, and I couldn't acknowledge it, and it went by, and I was remiss. I tried to get them all.
You know what? I'm glad I was talking.
I'm glad you were. I didn't need to hear that name either. Nothing personal, but I didn't hear it either. I didn't need to hear it either. I didn't need to say it, much less hear it. But still, people have their names. Dave G. Sound. All right. Okay, now it's time to play the game, Mark.
All right, do we get one?
Are you a yay or are you a nay?
Well, I wasn't here for the whole show, so that
those who don't know, we're betting.
Yeah,
Are there any
I'm
more?
gonna say
have
no.
I missed anybody?
You had to have missed someone. Yeah, you had to miss someone.
I say, wait a minute. Okay, so that means you say.
Did Dadman pop in tonight?
No, he didn't. You say yes, I've missed someone. I say I've got everybody. Okay.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah.
So you're
no, Dadman popped in tonight. Dadman did pop in tonight.
Are you
sure? See, I win.
I'm telling you for sure.
And Keely Chow.
And Keely Chow. Rule time.
And DJ Ronnie G. And Dave Rayburn. And Dave Rayburn.
Okay.
Right. So now, Mr. Smarty Pants, time to play round 2. Boosh McFadden. So we'll go after. Wait a minute. That 70s rock fan buddy was here too. So now, we'll see if we missed anybody.
Did I win some M&Ms?
Did I miss anyone? Yay or nay?
Yeah, yes, you had to have missed someone. Yeah, there's so many people flying.
I
So many people flying
absolutely
through.
love Mark so much. He's such a good friend. He's so funny. Did you guys hear his reactions? They're so hysterical. He's like, yeah, so what do you think now? He's like, do
Plain
I get
M&Ms.
M&Ms?
Plain ones, not peanut ones. Okay, yay or nay? Did I miss anybody? Did I not miss anybody?
Yeah, you missed some people.
You're right. Oliver Belamonte. There you go. See, I was honest with you at least.
Thank you.
Oliver. Let's see. Oh, JT Kirk, buddy. Das Wolfen. Okay. Katie was here. The lovely Katie was here.
Oh, we missed lots of people.
No, not yet, but I mean, it takes forever to go down this thing. Jim Largo. Oh, sorry, Jim. I got Jim already. Jim Largo. Okay, Matthew Pounder. Now is when the game gets interesting because now is less chance.
Getting tougher. It's getting tougher.
Yeah. Now so yay, I missed somebody, or no, I didn't miss anybody.
I think I'm gonna say I think you missed one more person. I'm gonna guess. Yeah.
Okay, let's see. I might win this one because I'm gonna.
This one. I got to come up with someone that you missed. Yeah.
I'm looking. I'm almost there, folks. Almost there. Stay on
I think I
target.
got one you missed.
Oh, really?
I'm guessing, but
okay.
Admiral Teague. Did you say Admiral Teague?
Admiral Teague. There you go. You got me. You win.
See?
Well, because I always miss stuff. All right, everybody. Well, I think I'm going to say now that I got Andy Masterson. What's up? Now I'm going to say I got everybody. Yeah. Glenzer. Now I'm going to say I got everybody.
See, Glenzer. I was going to say Glenzer. You missed Glenzer.
Lieutenant Crendon. Now I'm going to say I got everybody. Already said Lisa. So
how about Decepticon?
I got him. I got old buddy Sean. Ezra Goldstein. Now I know I got everybody.
You got Darth. Yeah. What about Pat S? Did you get Pat S?
Yeah, I did. Oh yeah. Yes, sir. Okay, now I think we got everybody.
Jim Largo. Did you get Jim Largo?
I got Jim twice, in fact.
All right, there you go.
Jim's covered. Sometimes now I never know if they hear their shout out, mind you.
Yeah.
Max Redstone popped in late. That's no fair. Max Redstone, dude. Mary Xmas from Brokeback Mountain. He says, "Hey, buddy, Abigar."
And what about Captain Infinity? Did he time travel?
I got him. I got
him. Yep. Yeah.
All right, that's it. So I lost every time. All right, everybody, we're going to let you go now. Thank you so much. I'm sorry, but I like playing the shout out game. It's kind of fun. I know it's ridiculous, but
it is fun. Yeah.
Yeah. So everybody have a fantastic remainder of your evening and have a great weekend. I hope we see you out there. Take care, everybody.
Clobberanimo! Clobberanimo!